What's up? Welcome to Dr. MacKay Live. Little glitch there on the end of that intro, but I'm here. Monday night, 8 p.m. Can you guys hear me okay? Check. Yeah, let's got audio. Hey, if you don't already know, I discuss prior pre-hospital emergency medical calls from my career, the military, but first and foremost, Florida guy. It always gets in between those subjects somehow. So yeah, join me. Looks like I got a few people, 4 sets of eyeballs, 8 sets of eyeballs. Come on in, guys, come in. Come on, let's make this. Let's chat. I'll be here until midnight, Eastern Standard Time. How about you guys? Where are you? Where are you coming from? Come in. Don't swipe. Looks like we got 8, 7, that's 16 to 14 sets of eyeballs. 16 eyeballs altogether. Come on in here. Let's do this. Give me a sound check. Is my voice okay? How's the music? Can you hear it? Come on. I need some help. Come in. Grab your coffee, whatever. Are you there? Come in. Come on. Don't leave. Don't swipe. Just stay here. Hit the thumbs up, the like button. You don't need to subscribe. Just hit the thumbs up. Stay on in. Leave a comment. Come on. Are you the man? Help me. Come on. Come see Jojo that on Facebook. He neither eats nor sleeps, nor crawls nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells like a wolf. He's Jojo. I'll even tell you the story of where that came from, or how I remember it. Would you like to know? Come on. Keep it coming. Come on. We got lots of people. Don't think about it. Just stay put. Keep it coming. Come on. Any veterans out there? Come in. We got a number of veterans visiting. Army, Navy, Marines, even a Coast Guard. A Coast Guard that comes in. Come on, guys. Help me out. Uh-oh. We're down to 3 sets. Come on in, guys. Click the like icon, the thumbs up. That for me. Even if you're not going to stay, just click on it and go about your business. Come on. Nobody? It's like nobody stopped. Come on, guys. Okay. We'll calm this down. Maybe that'll help. Will that bring in the crowd? Come on, guys. Hello. Come in. Yeah. Hold on. Center. There we go. Right in. I was. Yeah, United States Navy. Marine. How about you? Mr. Brian Chalastri or Chialastri. Thanks for coming in, Brian. Hoorah. Praise God for the military. You're in the United States, Brian, and can you hear me okay? Is my microphone good to go? Good. Cool. Thank you. Oh, you're in the United States military? What branch? Mama! Mommy! Mommy cha-cha! ¿Cómo está? Yeah, we got people from all over the world in here, Brian. What branch of the military? You said you are? Or you're, what, from the United States or both? Well, thank you, Brian. Don't forget the like. Don't forget the thumbs up. Thank you, bro. Mommy, are you live streaming? Oh, Mommy, can you hear the music okay? Is the music all right? Mommy Chop Cha, live streaming ka? Oh no, not yet. Come in, come in. Don't skip. Stay here. Come on in. Boy, this background is kind of struggling with my hat. Maybe if I get a little bit closer, would that help? Yeah, maybe that works. Joe, you're gay? Joseph? Joe Poovy. Well, at least you're honest. How long have you been gay, Mr. Joseph? When did you discover you were homosexual? Hello, hello. Anybody out there? Come on, guys. Come on in, say hello. I got lots to share. What would you like to hear? Emergency medical calls, military, or the truth? Or a little bit of both. How about that? Well, thank you guys for the thumbs up. Looks like we got 3 people. Come in, come in. Don't skip. Come on in, guys. It's still early, 8 o'clock. Tom, what's up, though? What's up, Tom? Sorry. Be here, bro. Good to what? Good to. I know it's a typo there. Good to you. Talk to you. Okay. The K is missing. Okay, I got it. Good to talk to you in here, and be here. Gotcha. That's okay. I got it. Thanks. Hey, I had a classmate named Tom Quinn. Actually, no, a coworker, Tom Quinn. But I know you're Kieran, but the coworker I used to. Oh, Tom, are you the military collectible guy that's been emailing me? That's who you are. Okay. I just realized who I'm talking to. Okay. Thanks, bro. Gotcha. You found a slot for me. Yeah, from PA. Where's Altoona? I'm not familiar with Altoona. Is that the Philadelphia area? I think you told me before. Yeah, you're in Philly area? Is that right? Oh, sorry, from Pittsburgh. Gotcha. Very well. Cool. Yeah, just a little bit of to elaborate more on, you asked about military equipment. Yeah, I don't have a whole bunch. I really didn't collect anything. There wasn't any reason, or I wasn't active duty. I was a reservist who went active duty 2004, 2005 over in Iraq. But other than that, yeah, it was just a weekend stint, 1 weekend per month. And I would go, I'd wear my uniform, go to the base, do my 2 days, Saturday, Sunday. The wife would stay with me at a hotel. And then after Sunday afternoon was done, we'd drive back home, 2 hours back home in California. And so, yeah, it wasn't, the civilian world is what fed me. And then I joined the military reserves at a later age. I was 37 years old when I joined the military. So I really didn't accumulate anything. What I needed, I had in the civilian world. I was involved in rock climbing and mountaineering. And, I had that gear is kind of applicable, transferable over, as far as outdoor survival, staying warm and dry, or etc. I already had that gear, so I really didn't, collect anything as far as the military. The only thing I mentioned to you, the only thing I got from the military was a bivy sack that I accumulated when I got back from Iraq. Something I was supposed to turn in but didn't, kept in my my backpack or my sea bag or whatever it was. But yeah, that bivy sack, I'm not going to let go of that. That thing's high speed, waterproof, breathable. It's a woodland cami. I don't know if you're familiar with the bivy sack. It's what you put your sleeping bag inside of. You literally, stay inside that and survive until the rain stops. So, gotcha. Altoona is between the capital and Pittsburgh. Gotcha. Yeah, my military experience was, I didn't even know it existed until I stepped into the recruiter's office and learned about this program where they implemented your civilian experience into the military. And the cutoff age then was 37 years old. I was 36. I was 2 months before my 37th birthday. So the recruiter was, trying hard to reel me in, and the Navy side ended up winning over. And so I signed an 8-year contract in the United States Navy in 1999. So 1999 to 2007 was my 8-year contract. And I had the choice of staying in 20 years and getting, retire from the military. But Iraq pretty much put an end to my Navy career. Yeah, I was more than likely going to Afghanistan next after Iraq, and I decided, no, I can't. 42 years old at the time, and had a 8-month pregnant wife at home waiting for me, and yeah, it was a new marriage, gonna be a daddy again for the 3rd time, and decided I need to stay home. So I let my contract expire in 2007. Now, the cutoff age today, I was just told by a recruiter when getting my haircut last month, that the cutoff age, I knew the cutoff age had gone up to 42 years old, from 37 to 42, 5 years. And now the recruiter I just ran into said it's 43 now. I went, I'll be dang, imagine that. So you can still be in the military, up until you're 43, and then technically do 20 years and retire at 63. So yeah, they try to do a lateral transfer as far as your experience, in the civilian world, and give you an applicable job based on your civilian experience. So I was a civilian paramedic, and they took that into consideration and brought me in as an E4, which is this is 2nd class. The 3rd class has 1 bar. 2nd class has 2. 1st class has 3. So I came in as an E4 with, what did I say? 1 bar, because of my civilian experience. And then I tested eventually and got my 2nd class. That was the end of that. So. No, actually, Mike, it was called, at the time, it's not called it anymore. It's called the APG program, Advanced Pay Grade, which is what I just described. They bring you in at an advanced pay grade based on your civilian experience. Delayed entry is, don't quote me on this, I didn't join, but the way I understand it, just using my own stinking thinking is, for instance, you're in 12th grade in high school. You're not 18 yet, but you join the military, and you can't go in until you're 18. So you're into the delayed entry program because you can't, legally join the military yet. So when you turn 18, but they hold that position and that contract. Sign at 18, enter at 34. I don't know about that. No, you would sign a contract, I would imagine, So, what do you mean stricter? Stricter with what? Well, we always hear rumors about the way it was, back in World War II, where, kids were lying about their age, or I don't know. It's always rumors. No, there's a specific age you need to be before you can enter the military. Or I'm just guessing, an educated guess. If you're vying for your bachelor's, a degree in college as a civilian, and you go into a recruiter's office and they see that you're, a year away from your bachelor's, I would imagine, I'm guessing, delayed entry, when you graduate, when you get your BSN or your, whatever bachelor's degree, then we'll bring you in the officers program, and send you to officer candidate school and start that, because you need to have your bachelor's in order to become an officer, a bachelor's or above. Son, can you pull a trigger? You're in. Well, remember, that's that's what the media feeds us. Can you pull a trigger? You're in. Well, there's a lot more to the military than just pulling a trigger. People that do logistical work and sit behind the desk and do paperwork, and, logistically speaking, there's so much to the military. It's like anything involving human beings, whether it's civilian world or the military. If you're going to send a workforce, your employees, over to the other side of the world for 6 months, as an employer, what do you need to do to accommodate those, for instance, 50 employees that you're going to send over to Japan to help train them in, I'm just putting, a fictitious scenario. What would it take for you as an employer to accommodate 50 employees over on the other side of the world? There's so much logistics involved in that. You got to keep them alive. You got to give them a place to stay. And if you don't, you got to build the place to stay. You got to be able to give them a place to pee, poop, and eat for however long you're sending them over there. There's so much involved. How do you get them over there? Are you sending them by, ground, air, or sea? Who's gonna provide vehicles for you or whatever? I'm just painting. It's what the military is involved. How do you support? So there's not everybody pulling the trigger, But, as soon as you mention the military, a lot of people just automatically think, even the Marine Corps, well, in the Marine Corps, you're once a Marine, always a Marine. You're going to be trained to do, to do infantry. You're going to be trained to shoot a weapon, just like anybody else. But your MOS is going to be like Tom said, that what you're inevitably going to be doing is depending on what your MOS is. So, yeah, all of it. Well, you mentioned it. Who gets that job? What does that job involve? You're Yep. Now in the Navy, we don't have MOSs. We don't call it MOS. Well, Tom, if it wasn't for the war, actually, if it wasn't for the military, me joining at 37 years old, I would never have known. It just wouldn't have all come together because I wasn't able to picture, what was the military? How did they operate? How do they function? Why do they function? Why do we have one? What would happen if we didn't have a military? And those questions started to get clearer and clearer as I, was doing my once a month duty. And then when I got deployed, that kind of gave me even the bigger picture of all the cogwheels that were involved in providing for us 175,000 people, at least during the time I was there. That was the number. 175,000 troops. How do you support 175,000 troops? It takes a lot. Incredible. It's like it's like establishing a whole city, and all the infrastructure that is involved, whether you make it yourself or you're occupying somebody else's infrastructure. Wait a minute, you couldn't do push-ups, so the Army was out. What? Yeah, right. And then you joined the Marine Corps. Yes, that's correct. I'm a seaman. I'm a squid. Praise God for the squids, right, Tom? Your transportation and your medical support. By the way, everybody out there, the Marine Corps, if you didn't already know, is technically underneath the jurisdiction of the Navy, the command of the Navy. So whether they like it or not. That's right. But they definitely have a different function than the Navy. And yeah, praise God for the Marine Corps. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's too bad they didn't implement the same. My wife's a big Korean soap and follower, anything Korean, even though she's from the Philippines, and the Koreans have I'm sure the other countries do as well. There's a requirement when between the ages of 18 and there's a cutoff between the ages of 18 and 20 something, you have to do 2 years in the military. It's a requirement. There's like no way around it. And I think all American, should have to go through that just to be educated. If anything, you can choose whether or not to stay, if that's what you want to be, you want to get a retirement from. But even if you don't stay in, it's just good education to see the military side of what you're part of, the country that you're a part of. I would have benefited big time from that. it just, and not only does it make you, more mature, it just educates you on who you are as an American and why, and then how it all fits together. And then you can come back and you can talk to people without spreading rumors, and trying to guess what it's like. It's like, that was me before I joined. Yeah, I didn't know squat about the military. Blanket parties are yeah, Marine Corps is definitely a different culture. More good, very early morning for you, Mr. Moore. Gosh, what is it? 2:00 in the morning there? Wait, I think we figured out it was, yeah, I think it's 2 in the morning there. Mr. Moore's in Spain. 2:30. 2:30. Yeah. ¿Cómo estás, Señor Moore? Well, you're not alone there, bro. It kind of comes with age. I was in the best shape of my life all through my military career, the 8-year contract, in the best shape of my life. I was 42 until, well, I was 37 when I joined and 45 when I left. And I was in the best shape of my life. Not because of the military, it's because of my climbing background. And then when I stopped rock climbing, when I came here to New Jersey, it's what I am now. No one to blame but myself, but relocating into this part of the United States definitely was a factor in my inactivity. So yeah, to stay light, to stay lean and mean, as we said in rock climbing circles, is next to near impossible here in South Jersey. Yeah, absolutely. Muy bueno, Moore. How's work, Moore? Anything interesting? Oh, I think I asked you that before. You said not in your field of law. What was it again? Oh, you're back? Well, Mark, 2 surgeries on my cervical spine since 2012. And I didn't do anything. It just spontaneously happened. And I had my disc, my herniated disc pressing on my spinal cord posteriorly. And I was having paralyzed symptoms to my right side. Thank God I was still able to move things, but I was getting the numbness and weakness and tingling down my right side of my shoulder blade, around my armpit, around to my right breast, and then down into my fingertips. And then a CT scan revealed what the problem was. And then I had to go in for surgery and have that pressure relieved off of my spinal cord. And then it happened again in 2017, 5 years later. So I've got C4-5, 5-6, and 6-7, all a cadaver. In other words, a dead person's disc in those 3 levels, C4-5, 3 levels. Oh, absolutely. It like my doctor said, you're out of danger now. Of course it did. You got your you got your tube of jelly, going down from your brain stem down to your your tailbone. That enables you to stay upright. I'm not talking about your your spinal canal. I mean your vertebrae. I'm talking about the tube of jelly that goes down the middle of it. The communication to the rest to your entire body. Pressure was being put on that. That's a dangerous predicament to be in. And the doctor said, "You're out of danger now." And I was like, he put me in tears after the surgery, and after when I was in bed and he was changing my dressing. He did an anterior cervical disc fusion, which is right here. You can see that scar right there. He literally opened up my neck, pulled all the anatomy to the side, went to the rear, and did my cervical spine twice. Same scar. Went in that area twice. So did it help? Of course it did. Yeah. No, nothing's fused. It's just, actually, it's got two titanium clips that hold the two vertebrae above and below in alignment until that dead person's disc, the cadaver disc, fuses the upper vertebrae and the lower vertebrae together. And then actually, when he went in the second time to do the lower levels of my cervical spine, he took out the clips of the upper one from 5 years prior. He removed those because they're no longer necessary. But I still have the lower ones in because unless he goes in again, then he could remove those. But it sounds crazy, but you know what? I was in the medical field, and my wife's a nurse, and her whole family's in the medical field. Her one sister's a physical therapist in Maryland, and just because I know a lot about what they're doing to me, I used to do what they did prior to them, in the operating room. I used to put tubes down people's trachea. It was part of my job as a paramedic. And so I think that helped my anxiety, because I knew what they're going to do. I could see the anatomy in my brain, and the textbook and the pictures. And you could literally go online and find it and see what they're going to do to you. So I was confident with, that's what they do for a living. They're professionals. And, above my pay grade, but, I knew what I did. And so to know that somebody knew even more than I did, doing the work on me, I'm like, and plus my injury, there was no question. It's not like, oh, you can do it if you want. Although I had that choice, it wasn't like, oh, okay, I'll go home and think about it. No. As soon as with your lumbar, well, if you got the hey, Zach, if you got the insurance, dude, get your first, second opinion, whatever it takes to convince you what needs to be done. And when everybody starts saying the same thing, you need this, you need this, you need this, and they're all saying the same thing, then why don't you go do it? God, it'll change your life. You're only 50 years old, right? Are you asking me, Tom, about Manville? I don't know Manville, so I don't know. Now, what's the heparin for? I know what heparin does, but you have some kind of cardiac problems or something? It doesn't sound like associated with your spine. Yeah, you're 57. I know, dude. I was your age when I was what? 2012. I was 62, so I was 50. Yep. And then it happened again in 50 when I was 55. Yeah. So do you have like atrial fibrillation or something, Tom? Not to pry into your medical history, but I mean, we're talking about it, and that's what I do. I used to do. Sub-Q heparin sounds like you need to your blood thin because you're developing clots. Either you got some kind of clotting issues in your legs, or you got some kind of cardiac issues like atrial fibrillation. Yes, I'm familiar. All right, girl. Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like here. What is atrial fibrillation? Atrial fibrillation. Blah, 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 say that 10 times. The top of the heart, the atria, they're not beating regularly like they're supposed to. So when you got a container full of blood that clots when it sits still and it's not flowing like it's supposed to, it tends to clot and form little, I'm thinking of like jello pieces that aren't smooth anymore. So it forms clots. And so atrial fib, they put you on medications or they do electrical surgery called obliteration where anyways, I won't go into it. They're trying to get that top part of the heart to start beating regularly so that blood is flowing out of the container without it sitting around and jumbling around and fibrillating, they call it. So you got thrombosis where? In your legs. That sounds like another issue. Or you've got all of the above issues. Oh, your sister had the atrial oblation. Yep. Twice. Well, it runs in your... Wait, is it Mark that has the... Oh, yeah, but you got to look at the numbers here. I know I'm flipping all over the place. I'm looking back at these comments that you made. You can, if you look deep enough, you can find somebody that died from that too. It's like, so, you got to look at the numbers. What is the percentage success rates? What are the success rates for that type of surgery? I'm telling you, you got to look there. It's like when I went to Iraq, 9 out of 10 Marines were returning from Iraq. That's a 90% chance. That's a pretty good percentage. Darn good. Near perfect. So the chances of you coming back from Iraq are 90%. So you can always say, oh, well, I might be one of that 10%. Yeah, you could. But you put signature on your dotted line for that very, reason. So anyways, you got to look at the numbers, and so, if you dwell on the 10%, then you're never going to go in and get surgery. There you go. Not me. I'm climbing mountains at 70. I know. Well, that was my goal. I was never going to give up rock climbing as far as I could. I used to run into a German guy out on the rocks, and he was 80. And every time he visited from Germany, he had a home in both countries, and I'd see him out on the rocks, and he was like 80 years old. His name was Gunther, and he was still cranking hard at his age. I was like, yes, that's going to be me. Of course, very limited for his age, and he couldn't jump down like us guys could. He had to have a spot, and literally, we're doing stuff low to the ground. We call it bouldering. It's our gymnasium in rock climbing. Yeah, so Mark, I had my preceptor in my paramedic program. One of the paramedics that taught me, he just had oblation because of atrial fibrillation. The wiring in the heart is no longer what it was before, and now it's shorting for some reason. And so that area that is causing that short, or that miss in electrical talk, continuity, where that continuity break is, they got to burn it to stop that, irregular electrical activity going through. Yeah. Well, you know what I did, Tom? On this subject, you need help, losing weight yourself. With my background, I already knew what I needed to do, but I was getting pretty unmotivated to do it. And I was starting to kind of forget. And now I'm 60 at the time. I'm 62 now. And I decided, I happened to be watching a YouTube video on one of these, fitness programs. And I recognized a doctor that was associated with the program. I used to actually listen to him in San Diego on a talk show. And I decided, you know what? I know that guy. I used to listen to his program, and he obviously knows what he's doing. He's an MD, and he backed the program. And so I said, I'm going to pay $60 for 3 months. I think I paid $75 for a 3-month program. And what it basically was is they send you a personal trainer online. So they're communicating with you on email, and they send you, you get plugged into a link, and you're able to download a menu, and it was basically what I already knew, like I said, but it had been a while, and so it just got me back into something like a curriculum, something organized, so that I could just start and just follow. Okay, make sure I got to get that next time I go shopping. Stop doing this, do this, do more of that instead of that. And then eventually, towards the end of the 3 months, he started incorporating some physical activity, doing 3,000 steps, and I started doing that with a backpack on my back, because that's the way I used to train. And I went from 180 down to 167. Just in that 3 months. And I'm on my own now for the last 3 months, and I'm back up to 170. But I know what I'm doing and what I need to do. And now with my age, I need, to be really strict about it. And basically, it's not changing my menu, the items. It's just eating better. Remember, a diet is what you eat. It's not necessarily a program, So yeah, it was just a matter of changing my menu. I shouldn't say changing it. It was, well, it did. It changed it, but it didn't eliminate anything I was already eating. It was just learning what to eat more of. And eat 3 meals a day. I'm not going to try to explain it, and so you don't have to, but that would be what I recommend at your age, is do your homework, pay, actually I can do a little, I don't care what people say about the program. There's always rumors about every program, but that's the program that I paid $70 or $75. I forget what it was. And it had a doctor's backing, and I was familiar with him, and I'm all about that. Before that, back in the early 90s, the 90s, 2000s, I got plugged into a program because a cardiologist supported. And the program back then was the South Beach diet. Again, it's not a diet that we understand it through the media. It was education on what the truth is about foods and how your body reacts to food. And being in the medical field, and my wife and my son, we were all doing it. And I was, incorporating that into my rock climbing, and I was just, I was lean and mean, as it was perfect, to keep me on a regimented, plan. Yeah, the South Beach diet. A cardiologist actually wrote that. But today I found V-Shred and decided, you know what? I trust the doctor, so let's try it. And of course it works. Yeah, well, the sugar part comes from pretty much anything you eat. Again, the South Beach diet then was learning what good carbs are compared to bad carbs, and good fats compared to bad fats. Good carbs, good fats, bad fats. And then I get to the V-Shred program, and sure enough, it's like replicating what I already knew. But it gave me an actual plan, but it was open. It's like, if you don't like what I'm sending, the diet the menu for today, he said, look in the glossary, the dictionary that's part of the download, and see what else you can substitute for those things if you don't feel like eating those items that I put. He says, I'm just kind of randomly giving you something to start with, but if you don't like it, look at what you can substitute for those items and develop your own menu. And I forgot about that at the beginning. I was doing what he sent me. I didn't quite understand. And then once I realized, oh, there's a substitute page back here, and I started reading all those items. I'd rather have that for lunch. I'd rather have that for dinner. And even to this day, I've got that in my head again. So I still, I'm out of the cupboard, the pantry. That's what was killing me, like you said. Yeah, exactly. Eliminating that. Even, what, on that note, Zach, in the South Beach plan, 20 years ago or however long ago it was, the cardiologist even was saying, I know how hard it is not to stop at these places in today's world, whether it's Wendy's or McDonald's or, all those places. He says, there's a way to handle that as well. He said, the next time you just can't resist and you've got to go into that McDonald's line, he says, and you've got to get, a burger. He says, eliminate one of the buns, or have them wrap it in lettuce. Now at McDonald's, they don't have whole lettuce. They only got shredded. But if you go into like In-N-Out Burger, or here in the East Coast, they have Five Guys. Said, have them wrap your burger in lettuce. I mean, a lot of lettuce, so you can hold it and eat it. And if you can't do that and you've got to have a bun, he says, then when they make it, when you bring it home, or if you're eating it at the restaurant, take off one of the buns and don't eat it. And just get your fingers messy and hold on to it, so you're only eating one of the buns at the bottom. I do that to this very day. Ask my wife. Or I get it in a lettuce wrap. But he says, you can manage those urges just by eliminating one of the buns. But you still get that bun taste, that bread that you're craving. Bread is really hard to give up. When I first started that South Beach plan, oh my gosh, it was murder. to get rid of carbs, bad carbs. But eventually it worked. Yeah. So you understand? He said, and as far as he was saying, for example, sugars, you mentioned sugars. How difficult is V-tread? It's not difficult, bro. You get to eat the same food that you're eating, except it'll start to eliminate the bad stuff, but it'll keep it's really easy. It was 3 months was $60, $75, something like that for 3 months. So I just did it. Let's see. What's $75? Let's spend $75 for 3 months and see what it does. And I went from 180 down to 167. But you need to maintain that. It's like, learn from it and realize, okay, I understand now what's been killing me. And I still got the menu up on my floor. I haven't been looking at it lately because I know it in my head. I know what to eat. I know what not to eat. I know what's killing me. Snacks. It even incorporates snacks. The biggest thing is you're eating 3 meals a day plus snacks. And they emphasize that. Don't skip one. You think, the more you eat, the more you're going to gain? No. It's the opposite. The more you eat right, the more you're going to lose. Amazing. Your body's a machine. You need to keep it well oiled and well fed. You do. You're eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner, plus snacks in between. So it makes sense. Sometimes, though, your schedule doesn't allow, for all 3 meals, but you just try to do it the best you can, and the more you can stick to it, the more it's going to work. Like I mentioned with the Reformers Unanimous program, which some of you don't know what I'm talking about, others do. If you work the program works. So same with it's same with the way you take care of yourself. So it's good. Yeah, if you want, that would be my little plug for that program. Is it educates you, and you can eat all the vegetables you want. You can eat all the fruits that have always been there, but you realize you haven't been doing a whole lot of that, and so they teach you, be sure and have this with your lunch, have this with your dinner. Be sure and eat breakfast. Be sure and eat lunch. Be sure and eat dinner. And when you're doing your snacks, you're supplementing your snacks with stuff that you've never done before. Celery sticks with peanut butter. Apples, strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, banana. You eat all your fruits. You can eat anything. It's just you're learning how to eat. All the vegetables are there. Even bread is incorporated. It's called cycling your carbs. You're not having bread 5 times, 7 days a week. You're having carbs 3 days a week. So they incorporate rice, lentils, bread, but it's not white bread, or quinoa, Kinoa. I had to learn about that. My wife knew what that was. It takes a little bit of, you got to force yourself. Oh, and protein shakes. Dude, I make them to this day. That's awesome. A cup of spinach, a half a banana, 1 cup of protein powder, and an orange or 2 tangerines. All of it, all in one, and a quarter cup of water. And then add some ice at the end. Oh my gosh. I just drink right from the mixing container. and I feel like I'm up to my eyeballs when I finish that thing. Yeah, that comes about 3 weeks into your actually about 2 months into the food. Once you learn how to eat, the the trainer that you'll have online. I had a really cool young 35-year-old kid, and I used to have conversations with him, back and forth, and it was really fun to just shoot the bull with him and ask him questions. And then towards the end, he incorporated the walking, 4,000 steps, 3 times a week. And so I filled my backpack up, my climbing pack. I was about, I don't know, 25, 30 pounds. And I did my 4,000 steps. I did my mile. I counted them, actually. Lost count a bunch of times, but it was about 3,700 steps in 1 mile. I could walk to the corner to the Starbucks and back, and that's 40 minutes. 20 minutes to do 1 mile. That's 3 miles per hour. And then 20 minutes back. So, hey, sorry if I'm not commenting on everybody's comments. I'm kind of picking and just randomly going back and rereading. But you're not beyond repair there, Mark. You're only 57. Wow. Good job, Zach. But you're still in your what? You're still in your 20s, Zach, right? Dude, that's your goal. Accomplish what I did. And you know what? I am so upset at myself that I stopped at 53. I was in the best shape of my life at 50. Literally best shape of my life. When I joined the Navy, I could kind of stay up with of course, the kids half my age were, I couldn't stay up with them, but the people my age, man, I'd run circles around them. And I used to tell all the punk kids, I run circles around you guys. But the PT requirements for a 25-year-old, and the PT requirements, the physical fitness for a 50-year-old, obviously are, two different animals. But to be able to, do what I was able to do at 50 in the military, I was living high on the hog as far as being in shape. So it was when I went to Iraq, thank God I was already in shape because the Marines were run circles around me. I used to bow to them, just go, gosh, man, you guys are professional athletes, compared to me. But I could stay up with them, But I was huffing and puffing. They used to come behind me and literally hold me and push me and go, come on, Doc. I said, I'm trying. You're doing good. Just keep going. Keep going. And they'd go into overdrive and just walk in front of me. And I'd be like, holy crap. I can't even keep up with them walking. And they're humping twice as much as I was. I was just carrying my medical gear around my fanny pack or over my shoulder. And my M16 and my 9mm on my leg, and they were crazy. Watch those guys. It was true, man. You Marines were specimens that I hadn't seen before. With resting heart rates of 46, 48. I thought I was counting their pulse on your wrist. I'm like, what? I'm only getting 46, in 15 seconds or in a minute, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense. It's like, so let me check that again. I check your wrist. I'm like, holy crap. Your heart's only beating 48 times per minute. And I'd count mine and it'd be 62, 64. It's like crazy. Oh, you were saying, I mentioned that before, Zach. What branch was that? Or did you try multiple? Because if I'm not mistaken, gosh, one of our corpsmen had asthma, but he was able to. Matter of fact, it was just recently I heard about a guy in, I don't know if it was boot camp or something, and he was hitting on an inhaler, but he was able to manage it. Oh, you did? Well, some physician obviously must have determined, that, I don't know. I have no idea. I wasn't there, but ah, well, that's what I was thinking. There must have been some numbers that didn't fit the requirements, and it's like, gosh, no matter what you're going to be able to do, you're not going to be able to improve that. And so, unfortunately, that's like, I've told some of you before, my very first roll call, muster, as they call it in the military, my very first morning in San Diego, here I am, 37 years old, and I'm reporting to my unit, and I'm older than everybody, I think. Well, I might have been about as old as the chief. She was a Filipino lady. She might have been older than me. But next thing you know, I'm in her office, just to get to know me. I'd never seen her before. She'd never seen me before. And she asked me what I did in the civilian world and what I like to do, as a hobby and so on. And I told her what I've already told you. And she's like, hold on a second. She makes a phone call. And next thing you know, she's scheduling me for an interview for a rescue swimmer for Helicopter Squadron 5, HCS 5, out of San Diego. And I'm like, or no, up in Port Hueneme, which is LA area, Los Angeles area, just north of Oxnard. Port Hueneme is even further north. And I'm like, holy moly, you're doing what? There's a rescue swimmer position open? And she's like, how's that sound? Sound good to you? And I went, holy moly, I'm nervous as it is, just being my very first morning in the Navy, trying to figure out who to salute and who not to salute. And you're signing me up for a rescue swimmer on a Black Hawk helicopter. And I had a dental issue. I had a cap that fell off and it needed replaced. And I didn't have any insurance. And the reserve program doesn't provide very good insurance. If you're active duty, it does. They would have been able to take care of it. But I had to rely on my own insurance in the civilian world, and I didn't have any. So in order to get that fixed, I wasn't able to get it done in time. And they needed somebody yesterday. They had a fatality in their unit. Some guy got hit in the civilian world in a motor vehicle accident. And they needed a replacement like yesterday, and I interviewed. They accepted me. They were going to send me to Pensacola, Florida and start swim school. And I was 37 years old. I'm like, holy God. I mean, I'm in shape, but I knew I was going to get my butt kicked. And unfortunately, I didn't qualify for it. So that was my point, is it was a dental issue that disqualified me for that position. Oh, well, I ended up over in Iraq with the Marine Corps on the ground, discovering vehicle mines. Good Lord. Yeah, when you look at the numbers, absolutely. Here, thank you for stating that, Mike. If you look at the numbers, you're safer in the military than you are in the civilian world. the chances of you being in a motor vehicle accident, depending on your age and, so on and so forth, the different things that injure or people get sick from is age determinant. You're going to get sicker more than likely at 60 than you are, at 23. Just the numbers. You got to look at the numbers. So, yeah, how often do we go to war? How often does somebody actually need to get to, be in a conflict one-on-one with somebody else that's with a weapon? Somebody else that's with a weapon in the military? Not very often. It's like, hey, on that note, though, Tom, it's one of the subjects that we always cover in here because of what people say based on, or like, for example, what you just said, is that is the big question, though. And this is where I always weave this subject in, but it's so important, and you may not be on the same page of what I'm about to say, but listen, bro, you're gonna die someday. I'm gonna die one day. Zach, he's 23. He could die tomorrow. Again, he's more than likely gonna die tomorrow as a civilian. I'm sorry, than being in the military at 23. He's safer in the military than he is as a civilian. So thank God I wasn't killed over there. It's like, well, wait a minute. Zach is more likely to be killed tomorrow in the civilian world right now, as he is, than he is over in Iraq. So what's the priority? Over war? Or as a civilian? You ever look at it that way? So the big question isn't, do I join the military, and get killed at war? Or do I stay a civilian as a online trader or, market? Right? That's right. You see what Mike just said? Take care of it now. Take care. What if you were killed over in Iraq? What if you were killed tomorrow in a motor vehicle accident? What if? So people ask, so what if? What's your point? What are you trying to get at? Well, your creator, the same creator that created me, again, whether you believe it or not, has a proposition for everybody to be able to do this again after you take your last breath. The offer is there. And he said, all you got to do is believe who I am and what I did for you, in the place of you. I did it. Why? Because you can't do it. You can't forgive and forget somebody's wrongdoings as if it never happened. And you can't resurrect from your grave. He says, I did those things because you can't. Therefore, because of that, all I'm asking you to do is believe it. And he says, I'll give you eternal life. I'll give you another chance to live again after you take your last breath. And I was like, dude, I want a ticket. When I was 15 years old, a 50-year-old man presented that to me. And I said, I really didn't understand anything other than what he was saying, but he showed me from the Word of God, from the Creator. It wasn't his words, it was God's word he showed me. And I said, he says, what do you think, young man? I said, sounds like something I need to take care of, like right now. And so I did. And people say, oh, it can't be that simple. No, it is that simple. You've got a creator that loves you so much he wants you back. And he said, all you got to do is believe that I am. 2 words, man. I am. And he says, when you do that, I'll give you eternal life. I'll let you do this again, but this time forever. You're not going to have a death anymore. But if you don't choose to believe me, you're going to end up in a place that you are justified being in. You're going to be in a sinful place forever. That ain't my doing, God talking. He said, it ain't my doing. I'm giving you an opportunity to believe in me. If you choose not to, God forbid, the saddest verse in the Bible, Revelation 20:15, for those not found in the book of life, i.e. that don't believe, were cast into the lake of fire. Why? Because they deserve to be there. You're unrighteous in God's eyes. That happened at the very beginning. We're corrupt as we are. We're corrupt people. How do I know that? Am I going to die one day? That's what happens to corrupt people. They die. Before we were corrupt in the garden, before Adam and Eve made that mistake, they were eternal. They would have lived forever. But because of that one mistake that happened, we all became corrupt. That's why he says the wages of sin is death. The wage, your payment that an employer pays you, for doing a week or 2 weeks worth of work is your paycheck. Well, your paycheck for being a sinner is death. How do I know that? Because I'm going to die. So he said, if you don't want to die, believe me. Believe me. I already died for you and I resurrected. And so that's it. So, thank God I wasn't killed over in Iraq? No. Thank God I believe in Jesus Christ, his only begotten son. Because if I had been killed in Iraq, I'm good to go, bro. It's a win-win proposition. I get to enjoy the fruits, the benefits today while I'm still alive, and I get to do it again when I take my last breath. Boom. What a deal. So anyways, Josh. See, Zach, I'm telling you, bro. You know what? Hey, on that note, Zach, I already told you before, if you want to, to keep your head filled with that very thing that you said right there, get involved with a church that preaches nothing but that. 2 things. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and mind. And the second is like unto the first. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Period. Done. Study the Word of God. Go share it with other people. I'm telling you. That's the church that I attend. Nothing but that. It's all about that. The program I've already talked about, Reformers Unanimous, that is the program. First and second great commandment. That's it. Make sure you know Christ. Study his word after that and go share it with others. That's it. That's the whole Bible. That's the basic instructions before leaving earth. That's the love letter from our Creator to the humankind. Here's what happened at the beginning. Here's who you are without me. Here's who you are with me. Do you understand that? No? Let somebody explain it to you. And then after that, go share the message with other people. And that's it. That's it. It's really that simple. It really is. I'm telling you, Josh, that's it. People, like we've said before, you can debate back and forth why one Bible's better than the other. Forget that. Just find a book that preaches what I just said. What happened in the beginning, why we are what we are because of that, what we need to do to correct it, and then what do we need to do with it once we understand it. Go out and share it with other people now. It's good for you. How come if it's good for you, then it's good for somebody else. That's good. See, the problem that's a good point. The problem is in the roots. In our case, it's in our heart. God said from the beginning, Genesis 6:8, our heart is deceitfully wicked. Who could know it? It's like, what's the outcome of your stinking thinking? It's going to be death. Not only death physically. We all know that. It's the soul that's going to remain dead. Where do dead souls end up? Fill in the blank. Yeah, it makes sense to me. So anyways, there, we covered it all. We covered medicine, we covered the military, and we covered the Word of God. I'm telling you, that's what this live stream is. Tom, I wish I had known this much when I was in Iraq with the Marines. I did not. And I wasn't able to share that with my Marines. Boy, what an opportunity. What an audience I could have had, or I had. And do you think these young kids that were basically my children's age, do you think they would have been, they were like sponges. They were attaching to me already because I was older. I was their father's age, but I only had a second class rank on me, an E5 rank, which is equivalent to a sergeant. So I did hold some weight, but I really didn't. When push come to shove, I was low on the totem pole. There were plenty of E5s over there that had more time at that rank than I did. And I was twice their age. Yes, Tom, I understand. And without talking about, the different faiths, I said it earlier, just a moment ago. Find a place that's preaching the Word of God. Nothing but the Word of God. And if they're not, you need to question it. If they're preaching something other than the Word of God, from Genesis to Revelation, there's a problem. Period. This book is complete. The message I just shared with you is in the beginning, in Genesis 1:1 to the end of Revelation. The message is there. It's complete. It's all finished. It's what Christ said on the cross. He said, "It is finished." It's done. No more needs to be added to the Word or taken away. If they're teaching you something other than the Word of God, get away from it. I'm not talking down about any other, but if they're telling you you need to do something in order to get to Him, how are you going to do what Christ did? In other words, they're telling you to resurrect from the dead. Good luck with that. And if they don't have a Bible in the pew, in your seat in front of you, and if you're not able to open that book and read along with that preacher up there at the front, or whatever they call him in your church, then there's a problem. Why don't they have a Bible in the pew in front of you? Why aren't they reading from the Word of God so you can follow along and take notes? That's right. I know you can bring your own. And we haven't even mentioned what service we're in that doesn't have Bibles in the front seat, in front of you. I mentioned before, I went to the Philippines the last time in 2018. I went with an elderly friend of mine. He was 80. We had his 80th birthday there in Cebu, Philippines, Cebu City, and the cake and all. But my point is, when we were there, he wanted to go to church on Sundays. I said, let's do it. So we got on the phone, we looked at Google, and we punched in, Baptist church is what we typed in. And poof, up came the red dots on the map where we were. And we're like, okay, apparently there's one 4.3 miles over that way. So let's go find it. And so we did in Manila, Philippines. And we attended church on Sunday. And the preacher changed into English the minute two white guys walked in the door. And we were just like we had never left church. And he was preaching from the King James, the same King James that was in my church. And we just sat there, got our pencil and paper out, and we were just following him right along word for word, and understood. And if he was sharing, if he was elaborating on a verse, then at least we could look up the verse. He would mention it, we'd look it up, and be able to get, make sure that he was on point, that he was talking about, the Word of God. And he was. And it was like we had never left home. It was awesome. Oh, what's that? Our chaplain's Humvee was called the Holy. No way! Come on, really? That's awesome. And on that point, something else to talk about. We had chaplains from, as you know, Tom, you probably experienced it, of every faith there. We had the Jewish. What's his name? The Catholic priest and the evangelical pastor. So you could have a service, in any of your faiths. But I've actually got a video in my. No, it's not on YouTube. I haven't uploaded it again to this particular YouTube channel. That's perfect, though. His Humvee was called the Holy Roller. I love it. Matter of fact, in that intro that I have on my channel, let me see if I can play it here. Look for, I don't know if it's in the intro or not. Look for the clip of the guy with he's an older man, and I think he's holding up a puppet. He's got a puppet over his hand, and he does some ventriloquism. Well, he's I think he's the Catholic priest. Speaking of chaplains, let me see if it's him or not. Here, I don't even think I have it on YouTube anymore, but I do have it in that intro. I used it. Let me see. Let me stop this music, because it has a music of its own. Hold on a second here. See if he's in there. I can't freeze it, like I said before, but let me see if I... Look at the music here. Let me see if I can pull out the next. That's I reckon it. That was in front of my mom's house. Thank you. There. Let me know. No, I don't think it is. anyhow, I thought it was in there, but it's not. So, but I have another portrait of one of the chaplains that came in and gave his service. Does my church have a band drummer? No, it's classic hymns, gospel hymns. You know, the traditional, original. I shouldn't say traditional, but the old. I'm thinking of a word. Anyways, mostly the old hymns in the hymn book. That's more of a progressive thing with bands and drummers. Progressive preaching or churches. Yeah, that's I just am rereading some of the older posts there, but yeah, here a evangelist friend, good friend of mine in San Diego. I had never seen it before, but he oh, no way, Tom. Dude, I was a drummer. I didn't realize. It's like, wait a minute, had you told me that already? I was like, well, what are the chances? Oh, hey, Tom, just a note, your first time here. Tom just happened upon one of my short videos, and he left a comment, and then we emailed each other a few times. Well, Josh Eisen, he's Special Forces Army, medically retired, and Tom is Marine Corps during the Gulf War era, and Mike, I'm sorry, did you say you're, and forgive me, I'm Navy. And there's a few others. There's a guy from the SAS Special Forces in the UK that comes in here, and a few others that are there's a Coast Guard and another Army, and it seemed like another Marine. Yeah, Army Reserve. Well, I was Navy Reserve. Yep, and then went active duty there 2004, 2005. Yeah, 1990 Desert Storm. I think I mentioned I had an EMT partner that just came home from Desert Storm, and yeah, he had his own way of his own stories of what he experienced over there, and it wasn't a very good experience, unfortunately. He was kind of pissed off at the world when he got back. Yep. Gotcha. Awesome. Well, yeah, Tom, I was a school drummer in junior high school, marching band, drum and bugle corps. And then I gave it up after that. Of course, once a drummer, always a drummer. I'm always beating on the steering wheel or the countertop or something. My knees. Awesome. Josh, I was mentioning that you haven't been able to come in like you normally did because of how busy you've been. Oh, you did. I remember well. My band teacher was Mr. Woodson, and he check this out. Mr. Woodson was a symphony violinist in the San Diego Orchestra. True story. And he was hard of hearing in his one ear, and he always held his hand up behind his ear, and he's like, "What'd you say? What was that? You have to repeat that." And he'd say the student's name. And he told us, that's what you get for being in an orchestra and that loud music. Well, here I am suffering from being a drummer. I was diagnosed with high frequency hearing loss in the Navy when I joined at 37 years old. And I said, gee, I wonder where that came from. It's like I didn't already know. So I'm one of those, with when the blinker's on the car, I can't necessarily hear it. It's that high frequency. But the low frequency, I'm okay. I've actually just got reassessed here recently. And, I'm okay with the low frequency. It's the high frequency is not profound, but it's severe. Yes. Or if you rub your fingers, next to my ear, I can barely hear that. My one ear is better, but this ear is. And I could tell you where that came from. Beat the heck out of my eardrums when I was younger. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and how many of us were issued ear protection over at war? And did we ever use them? Why? Why would I want to plug my ears when I'm walking on patrol, walking on eggshells, trying to figure out, especially in the dark? I know. How about, hey, Josh, are you still there, bro? Did you ever use the sound, what do you call it, headsets during your special forces operations? Where you can still hear, but the loud reports, are just, what are those earphones? What's that technology called again? They issue them at the range. Or did you not wear them? Yeah, the only thing they issued us over there were the round soft earplugs, and or the ones with the tether on them, that you could, so you didn't lose them, but I didn't wear them. And then again, it's like you never know when freaking mortar's gonna land. I mean, you can hear the launch, but as far as, is it coming my way? Hurry up and wait for the barometric change in the air, and the next thing you know, you're on your face looking at each other like deer in the headlights, wondering why are we on our stomachs looking at each other? How'd we get here? You literally don't recall that. So, Tom, you're still here. Mike, are you out there? How about Moore? Are you still there in Spain somewhere? Yep, Moore's still here. Or at least he's in the background somewhere. He hasn't officially signed off of the channel. And let's see here. Tom, of course. Mike, are you there? Yep. And I'm still here. Let's see, I can do my own name. And who else? Josh. Josh, where are you? Yep, Josh is here. You know, Tom, if Josh chimes in, he's going to be able to help you with gear. He's got quite the arsenal, unquote unquote. Josh Eisen, this guy. Where is he? This guy. He's probably got, he's a walking military store. Big time. I forgot about Josh. He'll probably be able to hook you up. He collects everything military, including samurai stuff. Yep. I'm sure he'll be able to help you with that as well. Yeah, where in the heck are you, Josh? Where'd you go, bro? Yeah, I'm curious to see what he has to say, or what he has to or what his response is to what you need. Well, what you can do is, here's what you do. Go to his name. I don't know if you're using a phone or if you're on your laptop or desktop, but go to his name. To the right of his name, you'll see those 3 dots. And let's see if he's got any information. Go to the 3 dots to the right of his name. Just scroll up to Josh Eisen. Click on those 3 dots and then go to his channel. Go to channel. And I'm doing it myself right now. Check out. He's got a YouTube page. And if you click on more, no, he doesn't have an email address under his channel details, but you can at least leave him a message on his YouTube channel. Yeah. Here. Yes, I can. Sorry. Here's his YouTube link, but you're not going to be able to. I don't know if you can go to it. If you can't, you can copy it and paste it. Send an email to yourself. But all you got to do is hit those 3 dots next to his name up there in the chat room and click on Go to Channel, and it'll take you right to his YouTube channel. That way you don't have to click on this link. You probably are not able to click on that link. Either way, you can copy and paste it or click on it or whatever you got to do. Or click on the 3 dots next to his name there in the chat room. Use your cursor and go to the right. You see the chat box that you're typing in right now? See all the people in the chat room above you? Use your cursor and move it up to that. Move it up to the box where Josh Eisen is. I'm going to highlight it here. For example, he's way up there. Just scroll up. He's right there. See that post right there? It says, "There's no middleman on the word of Christ." If you go up to that box above you in the chat room, and then move your cursor over to the right of the box, you'll see those 3 dots, dot, 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 one above the other. And click on those 3 dots, and it'll open up a menu, and you'll see Go To Channel. Click on that, and it'll take you to his YouTube channel. Does that make sense? I just posted his link right there. That's his channel. To highlight it, you left click and drag your cursor over the address, the www, and then when it all turns highlighted, hit the right click and you can copy it. And then you go to another page, your email page, and you paste it. You right click and then hit paste, and it'll paste it onto the page that you want it on. That may confuse you if you've never done that before. So. You see what's that? I subbed to him, but in here it's only coming up block and flag. What's only coming up block and flag? You mean when you click on those 3 dots? Oh, I understand. Yes. Okay. That's because you're not a moderator. Okay. But how did you sub to him? How did you subscribe to him? How did you get to his page? Yeah, you're only able to get those 2 responses because you're not a moderator. I'm going to confuse you even more, but don't worry about it. The question is, how did you get to how did you subscribe to him? Did you just type his name into the search bar, in the YouTube search bar, and go to his channel, or how did you get to his page? To his YouTube. You searched it. You searched it in YouTube? Okay, then you don't need to click on those 3 dots. If you already found his YouTube channel, then just leave a comment. Leave a comment on one of his videos. Just pick one of those YouTube shorts that he's got on his channel. That, I don't know, he's got a couple looks like his daughter or maybe his granddaughter or somebody. Right there, it says the shorts are December 27, 2023, Fake or Not, May 19, 2022. Yeah. Click on one of those videos and then leave a comment on the, it's disabled because it's a child video. So click on that Josh, SHIT, created playlists. And then whatever pops up first. It looks like he's got Bon Jovi, I'll Be There For You. Scroll down and leave a comment in the comment bar, and he'll get that notification. Just say, "Hey, Josh, this is Tom. I was in Doc's chat or live stream. I'd like to talk to you about military trade and swap or whatever. If I could just talk to him right now, you guys could chat with each other, but he's not responding. So. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, again, if he would respond, you guys could swap info, but everybody kind of disappeared. I'm always leery of, not leery, but I'm like concerned. It's like, what happened? Why is it that you're able to talk, but nobody else is responding? I can do that. You know what? I'll do that. Thank you. I was trying to think, well, I have his email address, but I need to get his okay to give it to you. And I didn't think the other way around. Well, wait, I can actually do that right now. Gmail. Let me open up my Gmail and I'll do that. I'll compose one for Josh. Let's see. There's 27. Hold on a second. Cool. Very good. I understand. I got your last post there. I think you mentioned something like that to me before. There he is. Okay. And I'll carbon copy this to you as well, so you can see the email. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. You're at Verizon.net, right? I got it here in front of me. Got it. Daniel O'Leary. What's up, Mr. Dan? Oh, that's right. You're in Auckland or near Auckland. That's right. Good to see you again, bro. Give me 1 second. I'm finishing this quick email here. Basically, I've said Tom Kieran from my live stream, trade swaps, barters, military stuff. I told him you may have some things he would like, some things, period. He would like you to have his email address. There we go. Got it. Done. Give me one quick. I'm cleaning this up here. We'll see about that, Tom. Maybe in the near future. Gotcha. How come I've heard of Hawke's Bay? Where do I know that? Hawke's Bay. Is that on some what is that? Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but why does that sound familiar? Is that some famous place in history or movie, or what is that? Hawke's Bay. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but it seems that stood out in my mind. What is Hawke's Bay? Nothing important? Just my imagination? For Art Deco. Oh, well, that's not what I was thinking then. I don't think. Or you know what it might have been? Now that I think of, like, I'm thinking to myself, where was I exposed to anything New Zealand? And do you know that one show, Dan? That the host is from the UK, and he finds he does reunions, long lost loved ones or family members, and he reunites them. He's bald head, kind of a heavier set. Well, I'm say heavy set, but kind of a chunkier guy with a bald head. He's got a British accent, and he reunite, or maybe he's from Australia, but anyways, and he reunites family members. Well, he frequently finds people in Australia or New Zealand that have long lost loved ones, and he may have done a special on a family who was from Hawke's Bay. It might have been what it was, where I've heard that before. Maybe that might be it. Yeah, I actually like his episodes, the way he goes about keeping the privacy of the peoples, and when they do the reunion, when they actually come together and meet, he doesn't have to be there at their side, and with the microphone, doing this. He just says, now if you turn around and look over your left shoulder, he says, see that dark-haired gentleman down there, and it's a distance away. He says, well, that's your father. And the person, of course, the camera, follows, but he doesn't go with them. He just stays back. Yeah. Yeah, I think one episode he did was one of those tugging at the heartstrings, where the eldest sister was separated at birth or at a young age from her family due to whatever, adoption or something. And she, I believe, went to Australia, or maybe she was in England. Anyways, but and then when she became 40 years old or 20 years old, she'd been looking for her family, but she's never been able to make any connection. So she finally reached out to this program, and he was able to find her family in New Zealand, and she's from the Maori. Am I pronouncing it correctly? The Maori tribe in New Zealand, I believe, or maybe it's in Australia. But anyways, and she didn't even know, she was brought up in this English culture. No, Tom, I thought I was going to carbon copy that to you, but it would show his email address, and I didn't get any permission from him to be giving out his email address. So I just sent him an email. Yeah, I don't believe you're not going to get anything. I just sent him an email with your email address. So if that makes sense, Tom. Yeah. If he comes back, I'll be able to share with him, that he has an email, to check his email. And that way he can reach out and contact you. Cool. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan, you told me earlier what time? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Over there in New Zealand. It's 10:06 p.m. in the evening here in New Jersey, USA. Yeah, David Lomas. There you go. Lost and Found. That's him. Yep. Yeah, where's he from? Where is David Lomas? What's his accent? Is he Australian or is he a English fellow? Maybe he's English. Or maybe he's in New Zealand himself. I don't know. Cool. Yeah, I'm a sucker when it comes to those reunion Lost and Found episodes. You know, I get the tissue right there at my side, and I'm a mess. Gosh, I don't know why. I just love that. You know, us two sisters that hadn't seen each other in Vietnam for 40 plus years due to the war. You know, and the separation during Vietnam, and they reunite together, and it's like her sister doesn't even recognize her, and she's like, "Wait a minute, who are you? Why are you in my house?" And she's like, "Are you so and so?" She calls her by name, and she's like looking at her like, "Who are you?" And then all of a sudden she's saying things that only she would know, and she's like, "Oh my god!" And then the emotions are just, how did you? And then she asks her like key questions like, "What's mom's name? What's her nickname?" Or what? Or she says, and only things sisters would know, or siblings would know. It's like unreal. 40 plus years of not seeing your own sister since you were little, you know, and now you're grown adults married. And just for conversation's sake, what age group are you in, Dan? Are you older like I am or younger? We got from teenagers to 80-year-olds in here. Yeah, I forgot about Josh. Josh is, you know, he could open his own store. Tom, and I kick myself for this now. I don't know why I did it when I got home, but I I got home. I kept all my uniforms, from the Navy, and then the blouse and BDUs from Iraq, from the Marines, the desert cami, the blouse and my pants. And, I came home and they were in, as good a condition as 7 months could do to them. And then I washed them and I hung them up. And my wife had them down here in the basement where I'm at right now. And then I think within the first year of being home, my brother-in-law, again, my wife's from the Philippines, and they're really big on, kind of like yourself, they're really big on United States military stuff, and especially uniforms. The guys are like, they snatch that up like it's gold. They want to be able to, it's like bragging rights, for a Filipino to have an actual United States military uniform. And so when I got home, my brother-in-law, saw what I had, and he was like expressing an interest in it. And I thought about it, and I'm like, I'm not going to be using them anymore. And I gave it to him, the top and the bottom. I didn't give him the cover though. And they're long gone. He sent them to the Philippines, and I think I don't know if he sold them or a friend of his, I don't know what he did with them. And years later, there was like right now, I've dropped my weight and continuing to try to get myself, back in somewhat condition. And I thought, I need to try on my uniforms. And I remembered, oh yeah, I don't have that one anymore. And I thought, dang it, I coulda, shoulda, woulda type stuff. And I could have actually used them, when going out fishing and or whatever, But not anymore. They're gone. So, screwed that up. I got my Navy uniform. Matter of fact, it's right over here. And I can't get into those. Those things, I must have been 160, with a 30-inch, 28, 30-inch waist. Well, thanks for coming back, Dan. As always, don't forget the like, thumbs up icon. Fun, Sprunky. Welcome back. Hey, I just said it. Don't forget the like, fun. Awesome. Girl in the mirror. What is new in Rizal, Philippines? Oh, oh, he has. Wow, I didn't realize he's been doing that for that long. Awesome. Oh, wow. So Taal is starting to act up again, huh? Gosh, I hope it doesn't blow up again like it did. When was that? 2020? 20 or 19 or something like that. You know, and I was looking right down on that crater, right inside the lake at the top, inside the crater. And who would know, right, that it erupted a year later or 2 years later. Let's see here. This one, let's see if I can. Here, let's watch it together here. Okay, let me turn off the. Hold on a second. Turn off the music here. Here, that was it. Wait. Back up. That was part of it. That was. There you go. There we go. Right there. That's the lake at the bottom of at the top of the crater of the Taal. It's not. I don't know if it's still there, but that's at the very top of the volcano. 2020. Yep. Yeah, that was a horseback ride to the top of the volcano, and then the crater at the top is filled. Again, I don't know if that water's still there, but there's Mr. Lincoln. He's 79 years old there. He had his 80th birthday in Cebu.
Wow, first bass of the pre-spawn, right? Wow, healthy.
Pretty, right at the mouth of under the bridge where the a feeder lake is going under the bridge. And so they are in the shallows. They're looking for food. There you go.
And as always, guys, as you were. See you next time. All right. There we go. Is that in focus? Good enough? What else? What else you guys want to hear or see? Want to see another video of some sort? I don't know if I have any of other than my military. Or let me look. Okay. How about oh, you know what? This video is no longer available. I did a oh no, it's oh, I know what it is.
Especially in
I did a little editing on one of my videos, but I have a short from that video, and because I made some changes on the original, they deleted my short, and I went, oh no, so I got to do that short again. I forget about that. How about yeah.
back in Iraq, 2000.
Myself back in Iraq, 2004, 2005. In particular, a patrol that I had the opportunity to go on with Charlie Platoon, 123 Marines. We headed out about, gosh, dark 30 as usual. It's probably 4:30 in the morning. We all got together in 7-ton trucks and headed on to the city of Heat, spelled H-I-T, pronounced Heat, Iraq. It was about a, I don't know, 8-10 mile trip into the city. And we were going to enter, spend about 6 hours and egress out of the city back into our 7 tons and head on back to the FOB. As far as why we were going there, all I knew was we were gonna take some pictures and gather some intelligence. As far as my part, I'm a corpsman, so I'm just there to provide medical support for the guys. We arrived there. It's dark, and and we get into a typical file formation where we got one file on one side and the other file on the other side. In this case, we're all spaced apart about, I don't know, 10 meters, 30 feet or so, walking down each side of the street. We are on city streets. Uneventful, quiet, kind of foggy, not really light out yet. Unpaved road. It's dusty dirt. Businesses are on each side of the street. Typically, their business is their residence as well. So they'll have what looks like kind of a gated garage there out front, and then you can see behind it, there's a multi-story building, a two-story building, and that's where they live in the back. In this case, I'm in one of the files. I'm on the right-hand side. There's a radio guy either behind me and sergeants in front of me or vice versa. I'm carrying an M16 and a 9mm on my leg. I've got a fanny pack that's full of medical equipment, bandages, etc. I'm typically carrying about 4 IV bags, and as spoiled as us corpsmen are, I'll ask one of the Marines or Marines to carry my IV bags for me, just to lessen the weight for me. Again, they take care of me, and I'm spoiled as far as loads go. Now, as far as their loads, you know, I was bowing to them on more than one occasion, realizing that they're carrying 60, 80, even 100-pound loads. For instance, the M245 Golf machine gun, you know, you Marines know how much that thing weighs, but that included with the amount of rounds that they carry on them, you know, they're carrying an incredible amount of weight. In this instance, I'm with the 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas, and there's many Hispanic guys. So their build is about, you know, 5'6", and they weigh maybe a $145, 145 pounds, if that. And they're in the most incredible shape that I have seen from a medical standpoint. You know, they got a resting heart rate of 45, and mine's 60 to 80. You know, and they're perfusing just fine. In other words, they look pink. They're wide awake. They're a normal functioning Marine with a heart rate of 45. Dogs are barking in the morning. The kind of constant drone of Islamic prayers are coming out of the speakers from the mosques or the big tall brick towers that they have constructed, and they got the speakers at the top of them, and seems like it's being broadcast perpetually throughout the day. There's other platoons with us. I think we had 3 platoons: Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie platoon. So we're dispersed through the city. Alpha platoon is in a different location, Bravo's in another, and we're in another. So that's kind of the setting. We've typically got an interpreter with us. In this instance, I've got one of our interpreters. His name's Safwan. Safwan's an ex-Iraqi pilot, no longer a pilot in the Iraqi Air Force, and now hired as an interpreter for us. Just to describe Safwan a little bit, I'll actually read from a after action that I wrote when I got back from Iraq in 2005. Safwan is a colonel and former pilot in the Iraqi Air Force. He stands a good 6 feet 1 inch in height with his dark eyebrows and gray flecked mustache, giving him kind of that Tom Selleck appearance. He has a love for women that can be immediately noticed when you walk into his bedroom back at the FOB and witness the collage of pictures that he has wallpapering his walls and his ceiling as well. I won't tell you what magazine he got those pictures from, but I think you can read between the lines. I used to go to his hooch religiously every night about 8:30, and we would have tea and coffee with the 2 interpreters, Ali and Safwan, and as well as the OFW workers, the overseas foreign workers. One guy was from Albania, the other from Yugoslavia. We'd all gather together and have coffee, tea, and eat munchies and tell stories. The odor of his favorite cologne surrounded him. Every time you walked into his room, you know, you always knew Safwan was near just by the scent of his cologne. Although he is of the Muslim faith, he has a fascination with Christmas and all that it stands for. His birthday falls on December 25th. True story as well. Maybe that's why. Ever since his childhood, anticipates the arrival of Christmas and puts together his own Christmas tree. He collects songs and carols that are heard during that time of year and loves other classic American things such as music. John Denver in particular, he enjoys. The song Country Road is a favorite of his. He says, "This is what I dream of when I imagine America," he tells me. Safwan carries his meticulous kept Kalishnikov with him on all his assignments. So we're walking down the road. All of a sudden, you could kind of hear that distant rumble, and we all stop. We're kind of, wondering where it's coming from. And within an instant, this, tremendous roar over our heads and crack of the sound barrier it lights up the early morning, and we are on our faces without even realizing how we got. This F-15 comes screaming over us. It seemed like ground level, put us to our faces. As I raise my eyes up into the sky, I see this jet screaming into the distance, and all of a sudden these bright orange flares start just popping, from its sides, and it veers off in, an awesome display that morning. And wondering what in the world was that all about. I remember saying to one of the Marines, what are we doing here? What is the reason for us being here? And the one Marine said, "Don't you know, Doc, we're here to flush out the bad guys." And I thought, huh? As we're walking further down the street, a distant burst of gunfire erupts in the back, not from our platoon, but from somewhere else. I hear Sarge's earpiece come alive. Come to find out, some Iraqi kids were in a car and got into their vehicle and drove down the road at a high speed, and it was coming directly at one of the platoons, and it wasn't stopping, so they opened up on the car to stop it, and apparently they stopped it, but it was able to turn around and boogie out of there. I'm hearing, "Let's go, Doc, let's go." Everybody kind of just run walking, and we're not too far from our egress where the 7 tons are going to pick us up at. So we're starting to kind of, we're picking up the pace. I remember seeing the 7 tons in the distance. So it's like, okay, we're almost home, when I hear my name again. I'm looking around trying to figure out where that's coming from. And I look to my right, and I see two silhouettes in the distance, and I see him, waving, and the voice comes out again. And then, so I realize, okay, that's who's calling my name. I get off the street and I start walking in that direction, and it turns out to be a fellow corpsman, and he's got the Marine's arm around his shoulder, and he's kind of hobbling and limping, and he's like, help me out. And it turns out to be First Sergeant Hoover. To detail how I became friends with First Sergeant Hoover back at the FOB, but I recognize him. And he says, give me a hand. And First Sergeant's hurt. So I get around the other shoulder, and we're helping First Sarge down the street, that last push to get out of the city. And then we eventually get to the 7 tons, and we help First Sergeant into the back of the 7 ton. Corpsman and I are attending to First Sergeant. Ends up not sure what hit him or how he got injured, but he's got a laceration on his shoulder. It's pretty impressive, full thickness laceration to the back of his scapula, and another open laceration to his right calf, his lower leg. So I'm wrapping the lower leg, and the other corpsman's got his shoulder. So we get into the back of the 7 ton, and I'm attending pretty directly to First Sergeant. I'm sitting or kneeling right there in front of him, and I'm trying to keep him warm at the same time. Now we got 45-mile-an-hour winds, blowing over us, and it's butt cold. First thing that pops in my mind is, body to body and keep him warm. So I said to First Sergeant, I said, nothing personal, First Sarge, and I wrapped my arms underneath his armpits, and I gave him a big bear hug, and I put my body as close as I could to him. And he said, Doc, if you won't tell my wife, I won't. And so we had a little chuckle, screaming down the highway, while he was injured. We're heading down the road. Next thing you know, we pull over, and apparently they had already made arrangements to transfer First Sergeant into a Humvee, and they were going to take him to the FOB in the Humvee as opposed to staying with us in the 7-ton. Later, they had arranged a helicopter transport to wherever they were going to take First Sergeant for further treatment. My senior corpsman was a younger Filipino guy, HM2 Alonso. He asked me if he could carry First Sergeant out to the helicopter. For whatever reason, he wanted to do that, and he asked me if he could do that. I was actually assigned that task, but in the civilian world, I had plenty of opportunities to call helicopters and arrange helicopter transport. I was more than willing to let Doc Alonso experience that. And he handed me his little digital camera that he had and asked me if I could take some pictures for him. So I said, sure, not a problem. I didn't realize, but somebody was on a rooftop videoing us of the helicopter coming in and landing, and us taking First Sergeant out to the helicopter, and me kneeling into the dirt with his camera and taking pictures from a distance. So there I am on the far left, kneeling down. Doc Alonso and others are carrying First Sergeant into the helicopter. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Take care, as you were.
Let me tell.
Okay, I'm back and off of mute. Hey, great questions, Crystal. I'm glad you're here, Josh. As far as, well, obviously I didn't take direct part of a suicide mission. I'm still here. But Josh might have more. I've only heard and never really saw directly the result. Actually, no, I stand corrected. I didn't see it, but I sure was part of the blast from a vehicle-borne IED. I guess a guy drove up to our front gate about 2 weeks before I was deployed, before we came back, when our relieving battalion was relieving us. When the battalion was relieving us, I was showing another corpsman was kind of became my buddy, and I was showing him around and showing him the ropes, what I did every day, what my responsibilities were, just familiarizing him with the routine. So I took him to the what they call the MWR room. It's Marine Welfare and Recreation. I might have been getting all those words not absolutely correct. Marine Welfare and Recreation. Anyways, MWR. And I was showing him the laptops and the landlines that we used, that we had when we had a chance to contact home and use the internet. And while we were in there, just out of the blue, an incredible, the largest explosion of my deployment occurred, and you can't describe it. I wouldn't even go into it. It literally almost blew in the 3/4 inch plywood that was boarding up the windows on this bottom floor building that we were in, and filled the room with, dust. And we were all on our faces on the floor. And the new guy that's shadowing me, he's on his face, and that was his welcome to Iraq. Well, anyways, back to what caused that. We found out later that some guy blew himself up out at the gate in his vehicle, detonated a vehicle-borne IED, including himself. and the rest is history. The rest is dust. So I actually got to, the corpsman and I, after we, accounted for ourselves, we went back to the BAS. That was kind of the routine, so we could do a head count, make sure everybody's okay. They started bringing in Iraqis that were out at the gate. That none of the Iraqis were killed, but the effects of an IED, Josh can tell you, what it does to a body. And I remember not only getting patients there at we call it the BAS, the Battle Aid Station. It's the emergency room, basically, but a very primitive emergency room. Guys there, and then I was tasked to go over to, on the other side of the base, to the ING compound, which is the Iraqi National Guard. They had their own living quarters outside the wire, outside of our base. I don't know, about an eighth of a mile walk. And I got word that they took some of the Iraqis over there, and they're bleeding from their ears. So I had to go over there and assess them, excuse me. But nobody was killed except the driver of the vehicle. What a mess. Unbelievable. How over what amount of time, Josh, did all these take place? Incredible. Yep. Crazy. Josh, gosh, it's like I don't want to experience that again. Even the whatever level you want to call that I, was exposed to. I really don't want to, but at the same time, it's like, since you've already done it and you have experience in it, it's almost as if I want to experience it again, but now that I know what I know, like be even safer this time. And so that would put me back in it. Maybe that's why you get that desire to want to do it again. When the S is hitting the fan, you definitely, would rather not it happening, but then afterwards you want to go back and do it again. Come on, Doc. We got 2 more in us. I know. See? That's what I'm talking about. Yep. I know. Because I didn't get to experience what you experienced, and it's probably a good thing I didn't. But at the same time, it's like, I kind of got that, like, that would be kind of cool. Like that sniper mission that I went on, with those 2 snipers. I just brushed the surface. And that experience was pretty, like, that was good to go. We were really safe the whole time, and maybe that's why it's like, I could do that. I could hide out at a distance, and just observe with high power scopes and pop off a few shots, that'd be like shooting coyotes from a distance. They're not shooting back until they find out where you are. Oh, that's a good point, Crystal. They do their best at taking care of you for that, but Josh could probably tell you as well. There's not a whole lot, they don't prepare. How can you prepare somebody for a 60 and 80 millimeter mortar, landing outside your base and having a shockwave blow you physically off your feet. It's, you can't prepare. It's like, well, how do you prepare somebody's brain for something like that? You can't. They can just educate you on what it is and what it does. But then afterwards, they even call you in afterwards and say, oh, here was my experience. It's like a routine. They called you in after you demobilize. You're back in the States. They call you in. You go in for sick call. You see an actual physician. Happen to be a lady. Let me tell you my experience. Josh, I don't know if I shared this with you. And I was pretty pissed off at the world. I didn't realize I was until I got in front of this doctor. And she's an officer, all due respect. But I was like, I had such an attitude towards her. And she even told me, she's like, why are you upset? What are you so mad at me for? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I just am. And she's like, well, I'd advise you to cool off a little bit. I'm just trying to ask you questions. And I was like, gosh, man, I didn't want to answer her questions. And that was the attempt to make sure I was good to go before she released me back in the civilian world. So what good did it do? I don't know. It didn't really do much good. It's like I was wanting to, and no kidding, without exaggerating, I was wanting to put rounds in people's tires out in the civilian world so that they would stop doing idiotic things on the road. I swear, I remember that. If I only had my 9mm, man, I'd shoot their tires out. And I thought to myself, man, I've never thought that before. But I said, that would show them for being an idiot. Low tolerance for, for what's the word? For stupidity. And I thought, man, I carried a 9mm for 7 months. That's all and an M16, but I was more familiar with my 9mm. And I remember wanting to just put out those people's tires to show them, don't be stupid, or somebody's going to shoot out your tires. I swear. Oh, simulations. Oh my gosh, that's what the military does. I mean, how do you simulate war? You go out, you practice. What do you practice on? You're doing mock drills. Now, the special forces may be a little different. They actually get to go through live fire drills and yada, 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 but people are still not shooting back at them. I don't know if that's what you meant about using simulations. Oh, yeah, but here, Josh can probably answer that. I can answer from a medical standpoint, which is a little different for a medic, in my opinion, because I did that for a living in the civilian world. And, I can, I get a rush. I get an adrenaline rush, looking at human anatomy. And it's like morbid, to say that. I'm bored unless you're sick or injured. Where Josh, he might throw up and pass out if he sees a broken, I'm not just using you for an example, Josh. The average layperson doesn't do that very well. Where that's why I really don't want to know you very well. Now, I might not do very well in a special forces team, or platoon, because I got to keep my distance from you guys a little bit, and because you might get hurt tomorrow. I don't want to be thinking about your family and your children while I'm trying to do my job. The less I know about you, the better. It's hard enough doing my job, let alone being emotionally involved with you. Big difference. I don't know if that. Yeah, you're asking good questions, though. It all comes up, all of this, everything you're asking. Just like everyone else does. If I answer while you're asking Josh the same thing. Human beings cry. We shed tears, and that's normal. To say that somebody doesn't shed tears, as a stronger person, that's a bunch of BS. Jesus wept. So if you want the definition of strength, right there. The shortest verse in the Bible. I always tell men, you want to try something hard? As macho as we are taught to be, you want to try something really, really hard and be successful at it? Let me see you openly shed tears in front of a crowd of 1,000 with your chin up so everybody can see your face. Try that. If you want to try something hard. Where females can do it without thinking, Yet we're taught, don't be a coward. Don't, be a man. Suck it up. Well, yes, there's time and places to shed tears and show your emotions. But to keep it in, dude, to me, that's being a pussy. Pardon my French, but now that I know what I know, you want to try something hard, man? Openly shed tears in front of a crowd with your head up so everybody can see your ugly face. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a time and place for, when you have a job to do, you got to be able to. But afterwards, I think, who was it? Who was the commander or the general? Schwarzkopf, was it? Schwarzkopf. No, it wasn't Schwarzkopf. The black guy. What was his name? The Marine? What was the Army? Anyways, he said, I think it was him that said, no, maybe it was Schwarzkopf that said, a military member that doesn't shed tears is, that's a bunch of baloney. Oh, there you go. Tanks and driving women. I mean, and driving women. Women and driving tanks. I said that backwards. Yeah, that's gnarly. Yeah. Crystal, the longer you stay here in the live stream, you'll start hearing, at least what I've found, what I've learned differently now in the last 17 years as to how to, deal with what Josh is describing, that he still experiences, whether in dreams or sleep or whatever. And the solution is to replace those things with the truth. The Word of God. It's like, imagine the Creator, the person that created us, knowing anything about us. He knows everything about us. And he knows how to solve these emotional roller coasters and or dilemmas, that we're going through, no matter what brought us there or what caused it. It's forgetting that which is behind and looking forward to the mark. That's how you solve these problems. What is the mark? It's him. It's his word. He's the truth. What we went through, or anything, whether it's civilian or military or anything other, that puts you into a negative, state of mind, that isn't the truth. That isn't What is it? God isn't the, I'm paraphrasing, God isn't the author of that. So we need to forget those things. How do we do that? You got to replace what is in there. You ain't going to change the way you act until you change the way you think. So you gotta change what's in the heart before you start behaving differently. And the same goes for, people suffering from PTSD and psychological, all of the above. You get yourself in a program and you all are aiming for the same thing, i.e. the truth, the Word of God. And you're constantly talking about it. You're listening to it. You're studying it. And then you go out and you share that with other people. Here, on that very note, I've already said this before. How do you get away from that, psychological warfare that you're going through? You replace it with the truth. And then how do you keep from going back to that? You go out and you share it with others. It's like, what a concept. It's like, what? Here. You go out and share the good news with other people. And then when you're done with the second, you go back to the first. Fill your mind back up with the Word of God, the truth. Surround yourself with it. In in the eyes, what you touch, where you go, things you say, what you listen to, is all related to the truth. And then once you fill yourself up on that, then you go out and you share it with other people. Give them an opportunity to have what you have. And then once 90% of the people are going to slam the door in your face, or they're going to disagree with what you know to be the truth, and they're going to contend with you, and they're going to say all manner of evil against you falsely. But that's okay. God promises to bless you when you do that for His sake. And then after you're emptied, physically sometimes, from sharing the truth with people, you go back and you fill yourself up with it again. And when you're ready, go out, empty yourself again. And you just keep doing that. It's easier said than done, but that's how you get out of these dead ends, thinking problems, dreams that keep reoccurring. It is. It's easier said, than to do, but it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the Word of God. That's Matthew 22, 37 through 40. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and mind. This is the first and great commandment. That's the first thing you need to do. If you don't know God, you got to get to know Him. And then after that, study His Word. Study it. Fill yourself with it. Get involved. Everything. Things you listen to, change it. Things you used to look at, change it. Your mouth will start to change too. What you start to say will change. Who would know that I'm saying what I'm saying right now? I wasn't raised this way. I didn't know anything about it. My mom and dad didn't teach me this. And nothing I grew up with was related to this. Who would have known that I'm going to end up in this part of Jersey sharing the Word of God with people? I'm from San Diego, California. It's like, what am I doing in South Jersey? I was up on by the Campbell Soup Factory up in Trenton, New Jersey, with a fellow sharing the Word of God with the homeless people. the down and out, not a good part of town at all. And I realized, I even said to the guy I was with, who would have known that I'm, San Diego boy up in Trenton, New Jersey by the Campbell Soup Factory, sharing the gospel with homeless people. I think we were the only two white guys in sight. I'm just kind of painting the picture. So anyways, on that, the first way is you need to get yourself away from what's dragging you down. Your stronghold, they call it. And you do that by, number one, getting to know Jesus Christ. And then you study about him. That's the first commandment. And then the second commandment is like unto the first. I'm actually quoting scripture. And that is, love thy neighbor as thyself. That is, share with the neighbor what you just learned. The first will get you away from your dilemma. The second will keep you from going back to it. What a concept. It's like, what teacher ever taught me that in school? None. Well, again, as you were, I have my own, we all have our own say on that, but if you wouldn't have taken his, he would have taken yours, Josh. So you didn't really take a life. You're just defending yourself. Really. I mean, yeah, I understand though. Easier for me to say when I've never put a bullet in somebody. Had an opportunity to, but it never happened. And probably a good thing it didn't. Yeah, let me read. And I've got it highlighted because it baffled me for a long time, and I'm still kind of struggling to explain it accurately. But this does. This basically the Word of God. It's based on living freely in a bound world, based on Galatians 2:20, which is, I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God who loved me and gave himself for me. That's a scripture song, by the way. I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God who loved me and gave himself for me, who loved me, etc., etc. Anyways. So yeah, it's based on that. And let me see if I can, yeah, I highlighted the two, the first commandment, and then get you away from your stronghold. And then the second commandment keeps you from going back to it. And this explains it much better than I can. So, using scripture, of course. Pretty interesting. Come on, Gary. It's right here somewhere. I highlighted it. Oh, here we go. No, I thought I had it. I guess not. Government social programs. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Meeting our first responsibility to God, which is love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and mind. Meeting that first responsibility will remove our, whatever you want to call it, addiction, stronghold, vice, habit, okay, dilemma. Thus purging sin out of our life. That's what the first commandment does. That's what studying the word, accepting Jesus Christ as your Savior first and foremost. God forbid you walk out the door and get hit by a car and you never knew that. And that's the first responsibility. And then, including that is to, with all your heart, soul, and mind. So in other words, you need to study the Word of God with everything, your whole being. Study it. Get to know Him. Learn. Enroll yourself in a program that teaches it, has a curriculum set up for you. So it makes it I'm speaking from personal experience. This is the first time in my life I actually got to be shown why, the who, what, where, and whys of the Bible, and what page to turn to first, and how to study it. Why am I studying it? And then the second, I'm going to keep reading here. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Going and sharing it with other people will keep our issue, our addiction, our habit, our stronghold, our psychological whatevers, will keep that from returning, thus fulfilling the second purpose of the law, keeping sin from ruling our life. When our outer man, what we see, what we think, what we feel, what we want, when that outer man begins to yield to those two commandments, that we begin to experience the victorious Christian life. I guess it is put best when it was said that the key to experiencing joy, Joy, in our Christian life is when we yield to our responsibilities in this order: Jesus, others, and then you. Joy. Jesus, first and foremost. Others, that's the first two commandments. Love the Lord thy God with all the heart, soul, and mind, is Jesus. The second part, like unto the first, is others. Love thy neighbor as thyself. And then the last is you. It's not about you. It's about the first two. It's about Jesus and others. That's the expression, it ain't about you anymore. Once you've accepted Christ, you're, like Josh said earlier, I'm good to go. I'm living now and living victoriously. And if I get killed over in Iraq, I get to live again. It's a win-win proposition. I'm good to go. I'm set. Doesn't matter how I get killed, where I get killed, when I get killed. God promised another chance to do this again. And that's it. Why not? Why not? I always ask that to people. Why not? Come on. Just why not? And people got all kinds of excuses as to why not. Prove to me it's true. What about this? What about that? Oh, gosh, it's a lot simpler than that, guys. It really is. It's the truth. Jane. Musta. Yeah, also, if someone had a similar experience, I guess, what would you say to them to help them? Well, I've already done that. I already do that. And that is, I recommend going to reformu.com and get involved in the program. There's one near you. If you're in the United States, there's one near you and you probably never knew it. How many chapters are near you, Josh? Did you find out? How many did you find? What was it, 3 or 5? Something like that. Get involved. That's what I would tell them. Just get involved. 3, get involved on a Friday night, 7 p.m. Go there. And you're going to hear what I just shared with you. This is actually part of the curriculum. Nevertheless, I live. Living freely in a bound world. Galatians 2:20. I should know that by heart, but I don't. I just sang it for you. It's just part of the curriculum. You start out at page 1, and when you're done with that, you turn to page 2. And it's got, reading assignments, writing assignments, memorization assignments, sharing with other assignments, visiting with other people assignments, attending class assignments, whatever. It's a curriculum, and it's actually quite cheap for a curriculum. The very first piece of curriculum is given to you when you walk in the front door. And then when you're done with that, you got to spend what? $10 for the next issue, or $5 or something. And they say, well, what did you used to spend your $5 or $10 on a Friday night? And you realize, oh yeah, I used to drop $10 on this or that. And I definitely didn't hang out with people trying to help themselves or get involved in something where something other than themselves is going to help them. Imagine that. That's a good one right there. It ain't about you. It's not. People say, "Oh, we're going to have people are going to be their own gods one day." Yeah, let's see how that goes. You're kind of experiencing it right now. The way the United States is losing its respect as a nation. Why? Because of our own stinking thinking. Oh, we can figure it out. I got this one. Jeff, oh my gosh, where'd you sneak in? Mr. Arnold, Officer Arnold. I've only had 2 officers, Mr. Beer. I'm sorry, is that a police officer or sheriff's officer? Oh, 100% blocked. Oh my gosh. What are you in the hospital for? I forgot. What put you in the hospital? Oh, no way. What are you doing? Were you cutting out in your own yard or something? Dude, are you everybody familiar with what a widowmaker is? Jeff's about to tell you. That's not funny. They call them that for a reason. Oh, for Thanksgiving. Oh my gosh. Gosh, I have my own fairly recent experiences with that. And I did it to myself, but I thank God remembered what to look at before I started shaking on this dead tree to see if it was going to be able to push over if I needed to cut it down. And all of a sudden I realized, no, don't do that, Gary. God, the whole top of the tree is going to fall off. I guess. Holy moly. So you talk to us. What happened? You get hit in the head? I'd imagine. Or did it just hit your body? Or an extremity? Or I hope it didn't hit your head. So did that answer? I don't know if that was what you're looking for, Crystal, but that's the best advice I can give people anymore. It's almost like I don't want to just follow me. Come here, just follow me on a Friday night. I go to a program. Just follow me. Here, I'll pick you up. Let me pick you up. Let's just shadow me for this Friday night. Come check out this program I've been involved in for 17 years. Just do it. That would be my advice. And keep an open mind. In the chest? The heck? So this just happened? Seriously? Oh my gosh. Wait, how did it hit you in the chest? You must have fallen and then it fell on top of you? Holy moly, dude. So I was thinking you were sharing with me last time that you were in the hospital, but no, that was before Thanksgiving. So tell me the sequence of events. No way. Come on. Wait. What do you mean you had a heart attack? Back up to the beginning. So yeah, tell me the story. I'm always interested. This is emergency medicine as well, so you've got your own story. Okay, Thursday night. And then? Okay, you went to the ER. Okay, wait. What does two pets have to do with the ER? Went to the ER, I have two pets. So I still don't know really what happened. So you were cutting down a tree or somebody else was cutting down a tree on Thanksgiving night? Okay, your troponin was high. That's a blood test they do to see if you experience it's a chemical that the heart puts out when under I don't know the pathophysiology anymore, but that it releases when the heart muscle releases when it's ischemic, meaning without oxygen. And they look for the troponin levels, and if it's within a certain range, they determine. No cut. You went to dinner. Yes. Okay. Keep going. You're doing well though with these short responses. This is a better way to communicate instead of writing books and letting the receiver wait, for 2 minutes while you're typing a novel. I actually had a deaf lady I dated educate me on chat etiquette. She says, don't keep people waiting. Keep your responses short and go ... meaning there's more, and then keep going so they can follow you. So anyways, you're doing well. So wait, so did this accident happen? The ER said we must send you to Fort Worth Hospital. Okay. It must be the cardiac. There's a similar, matter of fact, the hospital right next to my house, a mile down the road from my house, they're the cardiac hospital. So whenever I worked in this county, whenever we had cardiac patients, it was always better to go to this hospital near my house, instead of having to go to another hospital and have them turn around and say, why'd you come to us? Not that they can't treat it, but the cardiac specialty is here at this hospital. So that makes sense. They'll transfer you. Okay, you're having a heart attack. So you mean the accident happened and then what'd you do? You walked it off and went home? You went out to dinner? And then what'd you do? Start having chest pain or something? Shortness of breath? And then you went to the ER after the fact? Am I putting this together correctly? You went home to take care of the pet. Okay, I got you. Oh, Friday morning. Okay. Oh, no, wait a minute. You're saying no accident. Wait, I thought you started this off by saying Widowmaker. I'm getting it. Okay. All right. Okay, your left anterior descending is blocked. That's your Widowmaker. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I was totally off on what you were talking about. But you're talking my language now. Okay. A Widowmaker is not only okay. Widowmaker is not only a tree. Here's where I was thinking that you were cutting, a tree down on Thanksgiving evening or something, and a dead tree is a culprit for snapping in two, and that part of the tree falls down and kills the person trying to cut the bottom of it. Okay, that's a Widowmaker. But in cardiology, gosh, now you're speaking my language. Okay, I know. Just hold on, I'm catching back up. Widowmaker in cardiology is a term to describe when a man has a heart attack and it kills him and it makes her a widow. So what they found out is what was killing the man was the left anterior descending artery in the heart, which travels down to the bottom ventricle, the left ventricle of the heart. The left ventricle is the workhorse of the heart. The heart starts in the top of, the blood starts out in the top of the heart. It gets ejected down to the bottom left ventricle. It starts out in the left atria, left ventricle, and then it's ejected back up into the left the top of the heart, left part of the right part of the heart, and then back down into the right ventricle. No, opposite. Sorry. Blood starts out into the right atria, goes down to the right ventricle, gets squirted back up to the left atria, and then back down to the left ventricle, and then it goes up into the rest of the body. Okay, I've been a while, been 20 years since I've been in medicine. And so that left ventricle is the workhorse part of the heart. And that's where heart attacks typically will originate. And if that part of the heart dies and it stops working like it should, blood stops circulating in your body, and it'll kill people. It kills men, especially higher percentage of men than women. Okay. Yeah. That's exactly what they do here at the hospital down the road from me. They're a cardiac cath center. So they do cardiac catheterizations. I've brought many guys and ladies mostly men, to the center, and I actually got to do a standby as they did the catheter in your groin, and got to see some pretty cool stuff in the cath lab. It was super educating. Yeah, it was really cool. I actually watched them put nitroglycerin right into the groin and see the artery via a scan on the TV screen, the whole tree of the artery of the heart, and watch that narrowing artery literally have a narrowing to it all of a sudden go and open up just by nitroglycerin being injected into the vein, not in your mouth like a nitroglycerin, sublingual tab. This was IV injection of nitro, and it was really cool. Physically see the artery just go and open up, and the blood flow go start to pass through it. And it's like, whoa! And the guy's awake while they're doing this. Oh, you had it through your wrist. Gotcha. Oh, you got 2 stents and you get to go home in the morning. Wow. Dude, saved your life right there. I'm telling you, it works. When they can get you in quickly and do the troponin, that's the whole goal. I forget I don't know if they call it a golden hour in cardiology, but I forget. But the time is of the essence when it comes to what happened to you. And it sounds like you did they got to you quickly, or you took yourself in like you should. Wow. Dude, you're like a success case. I'm sure it's a lot more. The percentage is a lot higher now today, but oh, you actually took aspirin? Wow. What made you do that? Do you have a history of cardiac problems or high blood pressure, or has this ever happened to you before? Yeah. What made you take aspirin, or why did you have aspirin in the house? Not many people do anymore. Wow. No experience. First time. Oh, you have some medical experience? Okay. So what were your symptoms? It was like classic chest pain, diaphoretic, what? Oh, have I ever been tested for residue after military? And what circumstance do they normally test? Oh, you mean talking about gunpowder residue? I don't know why they would, unless you're in some investigation or something, but yeah, I forget. I don't know if you told me, like, oh, you had like indigestion. Oh, I got you. Heartburn. Okay. Heartburn. Gotcha. I had to trying to figure out, what are you saying there? Heartburn. But that's typical, unless, a lot of people won't associate that with their heart. It's okay. I don't know, Josh, are you still out there watching? Crystal has a question. No, that's okay. Like I said, it's actually easier to follow when you keep your responses short. Again, I dated a deaf lady, completely deaf. She used to turn my head all the time and have me look at her because she could read lips. And she had no hearing. And she would, actually, it's how I met her, was in a chat room, because that's what they do. They chat with each other. They're the first ones that developed chat and got good at it. So anyways, yeah, she told me about text, like etiquette, keeping responses short. And they actually would do ... if they had more to say. And then it keeps going. The conversation keeps going until you're done. And at the end, you put GA. That means go ahead. That means the other person's now can speak back. Which, don't expect anybody in the room to do that. But I remember her telling me that. Yep. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, go ahead. Now you're going to keep doing it. Yeah, and this lady was incredible. She literally told me she typed 300 words per minute, and she used 2 fingers. I got to experience it. She had the old TTY machine or TDY machine, whatever the initials are. You took the handset and you put it in the machine, like if you're at a hotel room. and then you took the handset, you put it in the receiver, her machine, her TDY machine, and then she would text. And what you're doing is you're texting to an operator, and the operator, the actual person on the other end, the phone operator, and they're getting the text, and then they read it. If it's a hearing person on the other end, they're actually reading the text to the person on the other end, to the hearing person on the other end. So you're actually speaking to the operator. I actually got to do it with her a few times. It was kind of weird to speak to the operator because she's actually putting on a facade as far like a character and trying to actually share the expressions and become a character, like as if that person could speak to you. It was weird, but otherwise they're just texting back and forth to each other. If it's a hard of hearing person on the other end or a deaf person on the other end. And yeah, she told me, keep your responses short. If you have more to say, say ... I mean, use the ... And when you're finished, say GA at the end. Let's go ahead. So, anyways. You'll be quiet a moment. Oh, you're good. I'm glad I got back on the right page with you. I was convinced you were cutting a tree down and it hit you in the chest. And then now I realize what you're saying. No, in the chest. So they did a cath in your wrist? It's only this far to the heart. I guess that's shorter. Is that something new? Did they do it in your wrist or in the I'm not pointing to the right part. In the crook of your arm? Or they did it down at your wrist. You know why they did it at your wrist? Because they're doing a artery. Yeah, so they're actually doing the you're doing an arterial stick in your wrist. I'm familiar with that. That's gnarly to watch. I'm always cringing when they do a blood gas and they actually go vertical 90 degrees into the wrist, into your into your radial artery. Sorry, I'm gonna move it over here. They're doing it. Here we go. This hand. They do it in front of the camera here, Gary. It's so backwards. They do it right here into your wrist. That's your radial artery. So they must access your radial artery. Is that what they did? And then they go right here into the chest, right here to the right side of your heart. I guess that is shorter than going into the groin up to the heart. Maybe, I don't know. It's about the same distance. Yeah, closer to the thumb. Okay, so that's what they did. They did an arterial stick, but they actually put in what they call an arterial line. Yeah, they'll either put an arterial line right up here in your subclavicle. That's the typical, when they do an art line, they call it an arterial line right up here in your chest. But they went in your wrist. That's interesting. Maybe it's something new, or that's the protocol for your particular hospital. In Dallas, you said. Fort Worth? Yeah, your ancestry tree, exactly. Well, it's kind of the same. It looks the same. Very similar. Yep, you're awake. Oh yeah. Yeah, they usually do a little numbing, I think, before they put the art line in, and then they go completely 90 degrees. It's pretty gnarly to watch. It's like, ow, that looks painful right there. Or I'm not in the camera, right there in the thumb, right there. That's where you do your pulse. That's why when you take a pulse, you're doing it right there in the artery, the arterial. Yeah. Yeah, they do them local anesthesia and then good old lidocaine or whatever cane they use. We played with that. Got to play with lidocaine in suturing and or actually debriding ugly cysts and boils over in Iraq. Ingrown hairs. Yeah, it's unbelievable what these Marines came in with. That was a first for me. And they're like, oh no, this is normal. These guys out in the hot environment, sweat, and their hygiene's horrible. And they end up giving themselves haircuts like this one I got today, actually. See my nice high and tight haircut here? They end up with those haircuts And then, you know, they're doing it to themselves with their razors and their hair cutting, you know, shears, and they get ingrown hairs on their neck, and they come in with these giant boil looking things and in their armpits. It was gnarly. I was like, oh my gosh, where are you getting these? I've never seen this before. And then they showed me how to debride them, and I'm like, oh, this is nice. Not. Using a scalpel and lidocaine, anesthetize it first, and then scalpel and let the crap drain all over the place, and then take a syringe full of saline and debride it and wash it out. And that's super painful. So you literally inject lidocaine, squirt it inside the open. It's gross. Before you do anything else, because they're going crazy in pain. Oh God. And then you got to pack those things with this iodoform gauze and literally feed this real small width, like pieces of bandage material, but it's all soaked in iodine, and it's kind of a waxy substance on it. And you feed this stuff into the open wound. God. Then you put a bandage over it, and you ask them to come in a few days, and then you change it, and you do it again, and that makes it heal from the inside out. Oh my gosh. Over in Iraq. We're doing this over in Iraq. Nice. There you go. Out of body experience. You mean with your wrist? Lordy be. Just don't look. That would be the most traumatizing part, is watching that. Especially the return, because you're in an artery and that thing's under pressure, and the blood is super bright red. Where venous bleed is dark, because it's returning to the heart. So it's already used all the oxygen. So the red is a much darker. But arterial blood, it's almost like pink. Super red, bright. And it's under pressure. And it'll eject out of that hole that they just made. If they took that out, it'll eject out of that and squirt across the room every time your heart beats. Real stuff. I watched it in a guy's scalp. He had like 2 or 3 torn arteries in his scalp, and they were ejecting. Little itty bitty squirts squirting across my ambulance. I was like, oh my God. I put my hand over it. That's not good. Ruh-roh. Oh, you responded to Crystal. Oh, thank you. Oh, I see. Your out of body experience. Gotcha. I haven't. I've never, maybe in a dream, but it's just a dream. But I've only heard of, what happens, and actually personal experiences. People will tell me this happened to them, but it's never happened to me. Wait a minute. What do you mean a bracelet? It's like a wristband or something? Oh, this is after they were done, and then they put the bandage on it, and they put like a band or something. And they pump it up. Yeah, they got to keep pressure on that. It'll heal itself, but they don't want it to leak. That'll put a nice bruise on your wrist. That'll turn your whole arm. Yeah, to seal it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Like a little miniature blood pressure cuff that you can pump up. That's interesting. They send you home with it? Yours to keep type thing? Yeah, you're very fortunate to survive that. And, you know, people, oh, it's just, I got you, 15-pound pressure bracelet, 2 inches wide. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. They let you keep it. Yeah. Keep it out in your toolbox for whatever reason. You might need it. What was I going to say was, oh, and if the damage is too extensive, for instance, like if you had not been treated as quickly as you did, and it damages the left ventricle, those things, don't quote me on this, but those type of injuries will make you a candidate for a heart transplant, because you're beyond fixing. And that's a bad thing. You can't repair heart muscle. It's like the brain, the brain doesn't regenerate itself, and the heart muscle, once it's dead or damaged or stretched out beyond, it's like a rubber band. Once a rubber band gets stretched out beyond, it gets larger, it's not going to shrink back down to its original size, no matter what you do to it. Heart muscle's the same way. So if it's damaged beyond repair, then you end up being a heart candidate. And that's, yeah. I don't know what normal is. My wife would probably know. I always ask her all the time, what's normal? What's the range? Do you remember? Did they tell you? Yeah, I could Google it, but I'll just wait for you to. Yeah, they. As a matter of fact, we never got that protocol. But in emergency medicine, at the paramedic level, you think it's 0, and it was just way above 0, obviously. Yeah, let me just. Here, I just typed in troponin levels. What is normal for an adult here? Troponin test, troponin. Why would I need this? What is test? How's a troponin test work? Can I prepare for it? Expected during the day. Wait. Maybe I missed it at the very beginning here. Yeah, when you have damage to the cells, the troponin leaves your heart muscle and is your bloodstream. Okay. That is enzymes that prove you had a heart attack. Yeah. I'm looking to see if that. Here we go. It just says troponin levels usually increase sharply within 3 to 12 hours after a heart attack, and they peak about 24 hours after, and they'll remain high for several days. Yep. Well, that's what I was saying earlier, Crystal. People do all kinds of react in all kinds of ways, and the most common is fainting. They get pale as a ghost, or they'll get sick. That's always that's a side effect of your blood pressure dropping. That's what happens. Your blood pressure drops. So the blood isn't going to the brain like it's supposed to. There's not enough pressure. The heart is either slowed way down, and it's not pumping blood like it's supposed to at the pressure it's supposed to. So your face becomes white. You get really nauseous. People spray all over the place frequently. In other words, they throw up and they pass out, or all of the above. And so, yeah, to the sight of, things, or sometimes sounds make them do it, or just talking about it, or visually, all kinds of things people do. Charles, thank you, dear. You're from Mary Carr. Tell her I said hi. Filipino community. I got frequently Filipinos will come into my live stream. That's how I started out and learned about this whole YouTube game. And so Chell's vlog is saying she or he came from MCC, which is abbreviation a lady uses for her channel. It's her name in her name initials or something. And Tomsuck is, think of thumb suck. That's how I remember that word. It's Tagalog, the Philippine language, for thumbs up or like. Tomsuck to me sounds like thumb suck. And that is the symbol of a like symbol. It's like thumb suck or here, thumb suck. Okay, Jeff. Yeah, that'd be cool. Did you can see my email or find it in the description of my YouTube channel. If you go to the description, if you're not on a phone, I'm told on a phone, you're not going to be able to see it. Laptop or desktop. Click on the description. It'll drop down. You'll see email address. Click on that and it walks you through a verification. Make sure you're not a robot. And then it'll tell you my email address. And that is connected to my Gmail. So Jane, are you home now? Are you not on vacation? Yeah, don't forget the thumbs up, Jeff. Thumb suck. Come on, everybody. Don't forget the thumb suck. Yep. Chells. Oh, hey, Chells, are you growing your YouTube channel? It's a long story, but I'll tell it again if somebody wants to know. Making people a moderator, there's a method to that madness as to why, other than giving somebody like Jeff the ability to monitor, the chat room and make sure nobody's being ridiculous and or saying things that, are just inappropriate and yada, yada, yada. When you're a moderator, you're able to get rid of those people and or mute them or put them on timeout or ban them or whatever. But other than that, the reason that the Filipino community are using live streams, it's a platform to help grow their YouTube channel. If that's what they're doing. Most of them, that's what they're doing. They're trying to become monetized so they can earn money one day on either producing video content or live streaming like I'm doing right now. And then people are able to donate money or revenue or contributions, but you need to be monetized in order to do that. Like I'm not monetized right now, so you're not able to click on that little super chat, dollar sign little icon down in the chat box and donate money. So, but becoming a moderator gives you some abilities that you don't have if you're not a moderator. And you get to drop your link to your channel. People can click on it. They can go to your channel. They can give you speaking of thumbs up, they can give you a subscribe. They can hit the bell icon. They can leave a comment. They can watch your video. And when they're done, they come back into the room and they repeat and they keep doing it with other people. And other people are doing the same thing you are in the Filipino live stream community. They're there to grow their YouTube channel. So they're clicking on each other's links. And exponentially, you can grow your YouTube channel subscribers relatively quickly that way. At least the goal is to get 1,000 subscribers. That's the start of becoming monetized. You need 1,000 or more. Well, it's not just algorithm. It's a requirement for the AdSense. AdSense is the company that enables you to get paid for advertisements on your videos. But in order to become a candidate, gosh, my video's freezing up again. It's starting to do that again. In order to become part of the AdSense program, you need 1,000 subscribers and you need 3,000 to 4,000 watch hours. So you need people watching your content. Well, live streaming is one way of getting watch hours, i.e., all you people right now that are in the room, that stay in the room and chat with me, it's just like watching one of my videos. So if you stay in here with me for an hour or two, you are literally watching a 1 or 2 hour video of mine just through live streaming. So I'm not really producing any content, at least not, like a movie or a video. I'm live streaming and getting people to watch me. So you can grow your watch hours, the amount of time people are watching you, faster if you live stream. So they use both of those. They use live streams, other people's live streams, to grow their subscribers by posting their link and other people clicking on them. And or they live stream, like I'm doing right now, to get people to watch, to get watch hours, to accumulate watch hours. That 3,000 to 4,000 that you need to become monetized, to start gaining revenue. So whenever a Filipino comes into my room, I make them a moderator. Do they use it to moderate my channel? No. They use it so they can click on somebody else's link. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to click on it unless you're a moderator. You'd be able to see it, but you wouldn't be able to click it. Oh, I heard about a man who had a pig heart for a transplant. A pig heart. Might be. I wonder if you, I wouldn't doubt it. I know we worked on cow hearts when we were learning about the human heart because it's similar in size to a human heart. So we would practice do our labs with a cow heart, and we would learn to suture. Not in the civilian world. This is military. They use pig's feet because the pig skin is similar to human skin. So we would do suturing on pig skin. And to intubate, it's a big word, like my mom used to say. Putting a tube into somebody's trachea, that's your breathing, apparatus, your vocal cords. Between the vocal cords, I'd put a tube between someone's vocal cords. That's called intubation. Endotracheal, inside the trachea, endotracheal, so that we can ventilate the most effectively by using that ET tube. We would practice intubating a pediatric by using cats. Now, that's pretty gross, huh? Yeah, cats have similar vocal cords than pediatric humans. How bizarre, huh? But we would intubate for an adult on a mannequin, a rubber mannequin, and you can literally open up the mannequin's mouth and find the vocal cords and go in between the vocal cords. I've also intubated on cadavers, on dead people that are frozen in the freezer. I'm serious. Been there, done that. They had to thaw them though first. I'm telling you the truth. When I was a flight medic on a fixed wing Cessna and Mitsubishi turboprop, we would do labs at the mortuary or wherever we were, and they would pull drawers out of the freezer, the caskets they weren't official. They were just bodies laying on tables. And we would be there. They would do that a couple hours before we were to arrive, or many hours before we arrived, so that the cadaver could thaw. So we would have something pliable to practice on. True stories. So what? Cow hearts to practice on a human heart, cats to intubate pediatrics, and either mannequins and or cadavers to intubate on adults. Who's got to go? Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was the valve. I don't know about the whole heart for a transplant. Maybe it was, but now they've got mechanical hearts. I don't know what they have today. I'd be surprised they have some incredible technology now. All right, Crystal, thank you, dear, for all the questions and cool topics that you brought up. That gave us all an opportunity to chime in. Oh, MCC is also a hair college. Oh, it is? My daughter's a cosmetologist. Crystal. She got hers in Wisconsin. I believe in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. She's down in Florida now. She has her own business. She does waxing and eyebrow tattooing. Big money. Oh my gosh. Okay, back to the other camera here. See if I can get it right here. There we go. Oh, it's MC College. The college that my son is attending is ACCC. Three C's. Yeah, ACCC. Blank blank community college. Good night, Crystal. Thank you, dear. Wednesday and Friday I'll be back. 8 p.m. and Eastern time. Wednesday, Friday. Okay, a little bit of coffee left. Well, that was hardly a sip. That was just a drizzle. Drops. So are you out of the, wait, earlier you said you're in the hospital still. So you get to go home tomorrow morning? Is that what I remember reading? Nice. Wow. So the stents, pretty much, I forget. So that you just live with them? They don't need to be replaced unless you have some kind of complications again, and you get put on blood thinners to keep that open. Good stuff, though. Telling you, God saved my paralysis by, somebody, my general practice, reading the CT, even though he's not a X-ray doc, he made the right phone call to the neurosurgeon and then said, Doc so-and-so wants to see you right now. You need to go over. He's waiting for you. And that's when he had the laptop open and showed me, you know, the still picture of my vertebrae, my cervical vertebrae, and what was going on. And he'd be like, he literally said, young man, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. And I said, it's right there, isn't it? I like pointed right at the laptop, and I had that same frame. I looked at that frame the night before on my laptop. I actually popped in the CD, and I was able to figure out how to navigate and use the mouse to scroll into the proper, navigate through that program. And I never read a CT before, CAT scan, but I was able to find something that looked it looked totally different than the rest of it, you know, above and below on my spinal column, you know, in between where the spinal cord is, you know, everything was parallel, relatively parallel. And all of a sudden I see this whoop, like a bump, and then it parallel below it. You know, I go back up and I'd see this bump. I'm sorry, going the wrong way. This bump going in and narrowing that canal, like right there, you know. And then it would be parallel. The lines would continue parallel above it. Except for that one area, I could see that little bump. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, bump that would narrow the canal like 50%. And turned out it was a 50% occlusion to my spinal cord. It was putting pressure on my spinal cord, hence my symptoms. And he's like, that's it. I said, so what do we do? He said, we fix it. I said, when do we do it? He didn't have to even ask, you know. I didn't have to go home and think about it. I'm like, I'm ready. You know, super good bedside manners. He was, you know, and just that whole, I think that I was in the medical field and I knew what level he was. He was a brain doc, you know, and he's telling me, we got a problem, young man. And I was like, I'm all ears. Show me, talk to me. And he told me, and I'm like, when do we do it? He says, well, I got a convention or something I'm already committed to, but I want to get rid of any inflammation that's in the area. So I'm going to put you on some anti-inflammatories. It was some steroid and then some pain control so I could deal with this. And that was the biggest thing, was discomfort. That was the worst 2 weeks, one of the worst 2 weeks of my life, even with pain control. And tramadol wasn't working at the end. And then 2 days or a day before my surgery, he gave me some Percocet, or he gave me some before, and I was doing Percocet before I went to sleep. And then before the surgery, I took 2 of them. And the dose was only 1, but I did 2 on purpose because I didn't want to I didn't want to remember any of this, especially before the surgery. And the anesthesiologist, the guy that was going to intubate me, the guy that was going to do what I used to do to people, to me, said, don't worry about it. We got you. You know, I said, are you the one that's going to intubate me? He said, yep. I said, well, I used to be a paramedic, so do a good job. Don't break my front teeth. He goes, oh, don't worry about it. We use a glide scope, and it's a hospital OR device they use. It's much more controlled and not manual labor. So yeah, Percocet was a good thing before that surgery. Yeah, and afterwards he said, you're out of danger, young man. You're out of danger. And I'm like, blood. Tears just, I didn't even see it coming. I was like, unbelievable. Wasn't even emotional before he came in. He was changing the bandage on my neck. You know, just removing the the sticky and pulling it off and then putting another one on and making sure he's a infection, super anal in infection, which is a good thing. And when he finished, he said, you're out of danger. He said, you're out of danger now. And I was like, good Lord. I didn't even see it coming. Just emotions just like flowed out at every orifice. Dropped my face in my hands and sobbed. I was like, whoa, where did that come from? Oh, he said, you could have been paralyzed, young man, but you're out of danger now. And I went, what? It's like, didn't even realize that was in there. Pretty cool though. I mean, it was, what a relief, no more pain. Didn't have to go through that anymore. That was the worst. One of the worst. I remember being in a fetal position the morning of my surgery. I was out in the waiting room. You had to go through this protocol. It's a thing that anybody that's pre-surgery reports to this particular location. And then when you get in there, they've got these things on the wall that say, pick up the red phone, dial this number. Somebody will be talking to you. Tell them who you are and whatever information they need. And then somebody will be out shortly to meet you. And then after I made that phone call and told them I was there, like 6:30 in the morning or 6 in the morning, I couldn't handle. It's hard to describe. It's a nerve discomfort that's just like from my neck all the way down my shoulder blade, around my armpit, into my armpit and my chest, and then down to my fingertips. And it was like throbbing and nauseating. And it's like, even with the Percocet I was on, I was beyond dealing with that. And I curled up into a fetal position on the floor. I couldn't sit. Sitting was the worst. I'd stand up with my arm above my head and just sit there, up against the wall, and just try to get comfortable to relieve whatever pressure it was causing. And even that didn't help. So I crawled up in a fetal position on the floor, and I remember the nurse coming out going, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" I'm like talking to her, "I'm fine. I just need help. You're going to have to help me because I can't do this anymore." "It's okay. Just stay there." She went and got a bed, a hospital bed, and some assistants, 2 guys. And they all put a sheet underneath me and lifted me up and put me on the bed and then took me back to the OR beds to the hospital beds and got me prepped and eventually put me in the OR, and the rest is history. Told me to count backwards from 10 after pushing whatever medication, whatever cocktail they gave me. Said count back from 10, and I made it to about 6, I think. And I said 7, 6, goodbye. And that was all I remember, because I felt the curtains go, whew. And the rest is history. I woke up and it's like lost time. Am I done? I tried to sit up and get out of bed, and the guy's like, no. What are you doing? You just went through spinal surgery and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I just want to get up and go pee. That's what it was. He's like, "Oh, it's okay. You can go pee, but let me help you." Oh my God. I thought I could do it by myself. I'm good. I feel good. Anyhow, what time do we got? Oh, it's 12:16. Guys, I gotta sign out of here. As you were at ease, Wednesday night, 8 p.m. I'm sorry, 8 p.m. till midnight, thereabouts, unless I go over like I just did. But I'm out of here. Got to cut butt for the hut and go supine on the rack. So see you guys. Good night. Thanks again. See you, Jeff. See you, Josh. The rest of you. Oh, Jeff, follow up on me on Wednesday. Tell me what's going on. Give me an update. Gosh, I'm having a problem. I'm out of here, guys. Later.